GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea. GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea. GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea.
Yes, are you ready? Because this weekend we are not just putting on a show, we're making a statement. Welcome to the GTCO Fashion Weekend 2025. Yes, we're back again and always better. First and foremost, you can get to watch the whole show on YouTube, and from tomorrow we'll be streaming on X as well, so you don't have to miss out on any of the action. But very quickly, let me walk you through what we have in store for you. Aside the fact that you're going to have the most electric 2 days and the best weekend probably of your life, let me tell you what to expect. First, we have an amazing lineup when it comes to our masterclasses. First, we have Bianca Saunders, and she's going to be teaching the business of creativity. And you can definitely learn something. And then we have Jade Oyateru, and she's going to be telling us on the power of story. Very powerful. And finally, we have Melissa Butler, and she will be teaching us on how to build a business. You definitely do not want to miss the master classes. They kick off by 3:30. So if you're not here by that time, you want to get ready, get set, and get some knowledge. But of course, that's not all we have to offer. We have runways that are laden with the best of fashionable work of art, and you don't want to miss that. Let me let you know who to expect from our runways. We've got the amazing Ituen Basi, we've got the Bam Collective, we've got Sevon Dejana, we have got Muso Maxwell, we have Aluwalia, and finally, we have Boalola. It's a wonderful time. Now, the runways start at 7 p.m., so of course, you would make your way here and experience the best that Nigerian fashion has to offer. Now, we've got a wonderful and buzzing environment. We have amazing vendors here, wonderful exhibitors. The place is buzzing. There's so much fashion, good vibes. Everything is just amazing. Hold on, give me a second. Hi. Hello, you look lovely. Can you walk me through what you're wearing?
Mine's please.
Okay.
By Jade Oyateru.
You look lovely, your hair, everything. Hi, how are you? I love what you're wearing. Girls, so, okay, please walk us through Squeeze.
So it's Squeeze by Jade Oyateru. We're ready to wear brand in Lagos. So we fuse African story with contemporary designs, to make it look more modern, stylish for the Jade Oyateru woman. Yes.
I'm so in love. Everything looks so good. So is this your first time at GTCO Fashion? It's your first time?
Yes, it's my first time.
How does it feel?
Surreal.
Repeat it.
It feels very surreal, and I'm very excited to be here. It's been amazing so far.
And it's just been like how many hours?
Yes, right. You're right. So it's been amazing so far. The traffic is great. Yeah, the feedbacks as well. Lovely. Amazing. And the funny thing is that we're launching this collection today.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're launching the collection at
Yeah. Clock it.
I love this. What are you looking forward to?
Great feedbacks. I want people to come and feel the collection live. Try on the pieces. If you love them, grab one or two.
I love them. So I'm sure everyone will. Amazing. Thank you. I'm wishing you the best, and you will have fun. Trust me. So guys, that is such an amazing thing to hear. They're launching a new collection today, and she says the feedback has been amazing. And trust me, we've only been here for a few hours. The day is just starting. Literally just. You look amazing. Hi. We look amazing, okay? Thank you. Please introduce yourself. I love what you're wearing. Talk me through.
Hi, my name is Sylvia Adora, and I'm wearing Nello Woman.
Ooh, you guys are presenting in a bit.
Yes, we are. I can't wait to show you what we have.
I love that. So is this your first time at GTCO?
Yes.
It is? Congratulations, girl. You're doing well. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. Actually, I'm not Nello Woman. I am a model for Nello Woman. I represent Nello Woman. She's in there doing her big day.
Of course.
So yeah, but I feel so excited because it's also my first time walking with a designer. So yeah, I'm excited on behalf of the brand and myself.
I love that, guys. So Nello Woman is going to be presenting in a bit, and that brings me to the presentations. All right, the presentations are going to be happening in just a bit. When I tell you a bit, I'm talking a few minutes. Come with me, come with me. Let me show you where it's all going to be happening. This is where it's going to be happening. The presentations are happening in just a bit, and let me walk you through who you should expect. We've got Sassy by Etty, we've got Nello Woman, and we just spoke to them, and finally we've got Ilona Atelier. Trust me, if you've never seen the presentations before, you definitely do not want to miss it. Here is going to be filled with absolute beauty, oozing fashion, style, and pizzazz, and I just love it. I can't wait for you to see it. We're going to be having the presentations in just a bit. Come through.
Good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we invite you to not only look, but to feel, to walk through moments that have shaped fashion at GTCO Fashion Weekend, to take in the details, the textures, and the iconic looks. See how far fashion has come. Imagine where to go next, and how far we can go together. GTCO Fashion Weekend, always a good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we invite you to not only look, but to feel, to walk through moments that have shaped fashion at GTCO Fashion Weekend, to take in the details, the textures, and the iconic looks. See how far fashion has come. Imagine where to go next, and how far we can go together. GTCO Fashion Weekend, always a good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we invite you to not only fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world.
It's GTCO Fashion Weekend 2025 and I'm having so much fun just going from stand to stand. I'm at Trends by Coco. Hi, Coco.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Very well, thank you.
Is this your first time at GTCO Fashion Weekend?
Yes, absolutely.
It is? I love that. How are you finding it?
Exciting. I've had a few people come into shop, so that's exciting for me.
Lovely. Now, what are your expectations for the 2 days? I mean, I've been here a lot, so I can say, but what are your expectations?
For me, I just came to have fun.
I love it.
It's not about the money. Have fun. Get more visible to other people. Let people find me, find my brand, and that's about it for me.
I love that. And how has it been so far, like, you know, the vibe?
One word, amazing.
Did you hear that? Please say it again.
One word, amazing.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. I wish you good luck with today. She says one word, amazing, okay? And that is what you can expect from GTCO Fashion Weekend. And of course it's 2025, so we're doing it bigger, we're doing it better. Everything is just fuller. I love that so much. You always know what to expect. The vibes never stop. It only gets better. We only elevate, okay? And can you see how it's buzzing? I'm literally like struggling to move around here just because it's filling up. So start to make your way here because it's going to get to a point where it's going to be hard to get in and you don't want to be left out. I don't want that for you. You don't want that for you. None of us want that, okay? All right, guys. Now I'm at this really fun store and it's Zickle. So obviously, you know, we're talking like major makeup. All right. Hi. Hello. Hi. I love your makeup. You look pretty good. So how's today going so far?
It's going very, very well. Thank you.
I love that. Is this your first time?
No, this is not first.
How many times have you been?
This is my second time.
Lovely. And why did you come back? I like to hear it.
It was amazing the first time, and now, like, even though it's still very early, it's still very good.
I love that. So she says even though it's still very early, it's already giving. I love that. What would you say is the best part of GTCO Fashion Weekend for you?
I think, like, the fashion, the coming together of everybody is just very amazing. When you have to celebrate fashion, makeup, cosmetics, it's just very beautiful. I love fashion, so it's such an amazing opportunity for me.
I love that. Are you guys giving discounts today?
Yes.
Oh, please. Yes, yes. Okay, okay. All right, so there are discounts, so you want to make it. Okay, love it. Yes. Yes. So come to the Zickle stand. Yes, shop Zickle Cosmetics, okay. Anyway, I'm glad to hear that you're already having a wonderful time. Oh, thank you. So do you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So, guys, there are loads of discounts here. They're having an amazing time. I think what I love to hear the most is the fact that even though it's very early in the day, everyone already is giving amazing feedback. People are saying, you know, the day has literally just started, but it's already giving everything that it's supposed to give. And that's what you want to hear. You want to know that you're doing a good job, even though you just started, okay? Love that. I love how this stand looks, okay? So I'm going to go in here and just try to chit-chat a bit. Hello. Hi, I love what you have on. You look wonderful. How are you doing? Please walk us through the brand.
Okay, so the brand is Gozi Fego, and the brand is all about celebrating women and the duality of women. So what that means is that a woman doesn't have to choose one thing. You could choose to be soft today and choose to be strong tomorrow. And that's what the brand is all about, really. So that's why even our pieces reflect that. You can have some fluid pieces and we have some structured pieces. It's just us saying that the woman can be anything she wants to be at any point. So that's what the brand is.
I love me a pro-woman brand. I love it. So is this your first time at GTCO Fashion Week?
Yes, yes.
It's your first time?
Yes, it is.
Lovely, but from the smile of your face, I can tell that you're having a good time.
Most definitely, I'm having a good time. So one thing for me is I'm also getting to meet with potential customers and even customers and just understanding what they really want, what they like, what they are gravitating towards. So that's really good for me. Apart from the sales, of course.
Apart from the sales. One thing I think I have really loved about today is that everyone is talking about other opportunities, even outside of just making a sale. And I think that's a good thing. What are your expectations for this time, being your first time?
All right, so my expectations are simple, sold out, gang, you know. But yeah, but beyond just selling out, I think my expectations already been met, kind of. I want to see.
Wait.
Yeah.
She says she thinks her expectations have already been met.
Already been met.
I love it.
It's still being met. Yeah, so as I said already, like I'm already meeting with people, like potential customers. So the brand is not very old. So it's like a good opportunity for me to like see what people really want or what they really love about the brand, what they are gravitating towards. And I'm seeing that already. So that's why I'm saying my expectations are already being met.
I love that. I love that so much. I love how everything looks, and I wish you an amazing rest of the weekend. Thank you. All right, so we're hearing that expectations are already being met. Really, I'm really digging the feedback just after a few hours of the show starting. Nothing has even really started, and the reviews are so amazing. And I just love that. I love that. If you want to shop, you want to have a good time, you just want to feed your eyes, or you want to listen and gain some knowledge, or you just want to consume fashion, we've got it for you, okay? GTCO Fashion Weekend is giving you everything and more this weekend. And please do not forget, you can watch this live on YouTube, and it's going to start streaming on X as well. So you don't have to miss out, okay? You can be here and involved with everything. I don't want you to miss out. I really got you. I'm not even joking. All right, guys. Ooh, this is busy. I love it. I love me somewhere that's buzzing and busy. I love that. I am living for it. Love everything. But let's see. You know hair is big business. Hello. Hi. How are you? You look lovely. How are you doing, and how has today been for you so far?
I mean, it's been building up slowly, but I mean, it's been nice. It's building up slowly. It's warming up nicely.
I love that. Is this your first time at GTCO Fashion Week?
No, it's not.
How many times have you been?
Actually, this is my third time.
Right, okay. Third time's a charm, so well, we must be doing something right.
It's our 15 years anniversary.
Congratulations. So it's a very celebratory period for you. I love that. What are you looking forward to this weekend?
Well, I mean, like I said, it's our 15 years anniversary. So aside getting sales, we're also looking to be up close and personal with our customers that we've had over the years, address any concerns, any feedbacks, and then they can feel our hairs up close and personal. Yeah.
I love that. That's amazing. But I mean, you being here third time in a row, I think that speaks very well to your experience here. And I love that. Now, knowing that you are celebrating, are there discounts? I really love to hear.
Yes, we have up to 15% discount on all items on site. All items. Not selected. Everything you cite is discounted today. Yeah.
Wow. So guys, 50% discounts on all items at the Daisy stand. They're celebrating 15 years and they're doing it in a big way. And that only happens here at GTCO Fashion Weekend. Thank you so much. That is too amazing. I love that, okay? 50%. They're not the only ones celebrating. I'm celebrating as well. That's a big deal. Okay, guys. Now, I'm literally just walking the floor, but it's so full and it's really filling up nicely. And I love that. I love to see it. I love to hear all the great stuff that everyone has to say, particularly because the day is just starting. Everything is just picking up, but to be honest, it's moving at a tremendous speed, and I could not be happier. As I said, you can watch this on YouTube. You could also catch it on X, just in case you are scared that you're going to miss out if you're not here. But if you are in Lagos, you definitely want to be here. You do not want to miss it. Now, the presentations are starting in very little time. And as I said, we have 3 wonderful brands showcasing. You've got Sassy by Etty, we've got Nello Woman, and we have Ilona Atelier. These are all wonderful brands, and you definitely do not want to miss an opportunity to see them for yourself. So make your way here. I promise you, you'll be sad that you missed it. As I said, we've got Sassy by Etty, we've got Nello Woman, and we've got Ilona Atelier. The presentations are happening in very little time. You're going to be seeing the most amazing in fashion. And now I leave you just so you can enjoy the presentations. It's GTCO Fashion Weekend. I'm Eve Bangkong. I'll be seeing you in a bit.
Into identity. We
GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea. GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea. GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea.
Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we invite you to not only look, but to feel, to walk through moments that have shaped fashion at GTCO Fashion Weekend, to take in the details, the textures, and the iconic looks. See how far fashion has come. Imagine where to go next, and how far we can go together. GTCO Fashion Weekend, always a good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we invite you to not only look, but to feel, to walk through moments that have shaped fashion at GTCO Fashion Weekend, to take in the details, the textures, and the iconic looks. See how far fashion has come. Imagine where to go next, and how far we can go together. GTCO Fashion Weekend, always a good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations.
GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea.
doing what I'm doing. Is it fine? Hello. Is it fine? Okay, I should go back to my position. Or should I stay here? Should I stay here? Alright. Yeah, no problem. I'm here.
GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea. GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea. GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea. GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea.
Yes, sir, I'm recording. It's 24. I can't pick 3 of them because the lens. What? Watch. Yes.
GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea.
But making it more softer. And I saw that in the people around me. I was really much interested in showing my culture, but in a modernistic way. And storytelling was a big part of like how I've been able to elevate my brand and people being interested in it. So being picked up by the British Fashion Council as one to watch in 2018, that enabled me to show. And then later on in 2021, I showed in Paris.
All right then, thank you so much. So you've often spoken about transitioning culture into design, taking what you see around you and being able to translate it. In your case, like you said, it was looking at the men around you and saying, how do I incorporate menswear and make it fashionable for women as well? So talk to me about the process of balancing storytelling and functionality in your pieces.
Oh, definitely. So I guess in the beginning of it, I was really much looking at the traditional menswear, so tailoring was very big for me. But I first started with women's wear, so it was quite fluid and very fun and very playful, but I wanted to kind of introduce that into how I saw men and how I wanted to kind of change menswear. So those different troubles, like it was women's wear, but when they put it on a man, there was like, oh, this is actually something different.
Yeah.
But I think since the brand's been developing, a lot more women have been more open to it, but then it still has a bit more of an androgynous, masculine look to it when a woman wears it.
Okay, so if you have many young designers, because before you came on, I actually had to take a kind of poll to find out whether any young fashion brand owners here, and about 50% of the room raised their hand up. So many young designers struggle to build brands that feel global, because at the end of the day, you want to start local, but the point is to allow the world to see your work and appreciate it without losing your identity. How have you managed to stay true to your roots while appealing to an international market in the most practical way possible?
So I remember from the beginning when I was studying at the Royal College of Art, my tutor told me, you have to create your niche and your crowd, and then the crowd grows bigger than that because people want to be a part of that circle. So you're building a community that's like, this is for this person, being very specific. I think the more specific you are, then the more people want to kind of join in and be a part of that, because then it feels a bit more like a world that's being built and actually people can kind of relate to it in different levels. So with my own brand, it was all about like empathy within design, or like gestures on femininity, and that was more like not exposing a man sexually, but more in terms of subtle points of gesture. So I think that's where people kind of like, oh, this relates to me, and then and then it became less about it just being about the black male, and any sort of person could kind of get into the brand. I think that's what really pushed it more into a global scale. But I think when I first showed in Paris, that's when I was like, okay, I don't want to try to be what the other designers are doing, and the reason why I have kind of like got this stage is to show who I am. So I think that's a big point for designers, to just remember that your point of view is really important, and people want to kind of understand your storytelling. So I was more thinking about the music and like the movement of people, and then that really just showed exactly what my brand was about.
But was that difficult? You know, I mean, your first time showing up, you know, showing in Paris, this is still very new. You're trying to figure out what the brand, I mean, I'm sure you figured it out to an extent, but not necessarily being sure if people are going to accept it. Was that something that kept you up at night, or you just said, you know what, this is my story, I'm sticking to it no matter what? What was that period like for you?
Yeah, it definitely was about sticking to it, and this is my story, because when I first showed, let's make this really strong and powerful.
Yeah.
I always remember people telling me from the beginning is just don't sway from what your original point of view is. So being very strong in that is important.
Okay. Are you with us? Are you with us? Just a recap. Now, she's talking about her journey thus far, how she started. She's touched on how, of course, one of her biggest, I guess, showcases was, in Paris Fashion Week. But more importantly, sticking to the vision that she had for her brand, and that consistency is what has brought you here today. But let's move on very quickly now, because you've also worked with very big, global brands, as it were. I think when I was doing my research, I saw you've worked with Apple. Okay,
Yeah.
she's worked with Apple. You've worked with Vogue as well. You've also worked with Tate. So what has been your biggest lessons about collaborations on that level? Because if I think about collaborations, Apple is definitely on there. They're like one of the top, corporations in the world. Talk to me about the challenges faced and how you were able to overcome it.
I always try to incorporate things that I use every single day. So my most recent collaboration was with Tate. So Tate is a really massive museum gallery space in London, which they have like different institutions across the UK. And from the beginning, when I was studying at the Royal College of Art, I was all about creativity and being artistic. And then, of course, like my Jamaican background is a big part of it, but I didn't want that to overshadow my interest in art. So I was like, I really want people to see different sides of my brand. So the collaboration of Tate just made so much sense, because research for me is so important.
Yeah.
So that's how I kind of thought about it in terms of like what sort of collaborations worked. And I think about my brand in the future and what I want to become. I guess my inspirations have, slightly come across with people like Virgil, for example. He was really good at creating collaborations and also expanding the world. And other designers have done that. It has been really interesting in world building.
Well, I tried to imagine what that must have been like for you. How did it come about? Let's even just take Apple, for example. How did it come about? Was it them seeing your work? Did you have to reach out? What was the entry point for you? Because I really think about it. I mean, you are an example to young designers, but a lot of people in the room might not necessarily know where to begin. Yes, it's important to start your work and be excellent at it, but what was that entry point for you?
Oh, definitely the internet. So I guess when I first started my brand, I used Instagram, Facebook, all the social media channels to connect people, and that's what's really brought things closer to me. So whether it was, there's always like people say there's someone that knows someone that can connect you to someone else. So being very vocal in my dreams and my ambitions has really helped. And I think whenever I've said something, it's actually just end up manifesting in some sort of way. So working with Apple is just, I guess, something I use every single day. It's in the studio. We use it for like Photoshop and all of our systems and our preferences and that sort of thing. So it was like, okay, this is just a straightforward collaboration that is just going to work, and I can actually feel passionate and talk to them in terms of pitching the decks and them understanding exactly how I want to work with that company.
Okay, just wanted to check again. Can you hear her? Fantastic. She's talking about the power of collaboration, right?
Yeah.
Being able to, you know, I guess, be as ready as possible when the time comes to, you know, get the best out of those kind of collaborations. Fantastic. We'll be taking questions soon, don't worry. It's a 1-hour class, and by maybe 3:30 or 3:45, we'll go around the room and take questions. So I know that outside of this, you have a lot of questions for Bianca, as it were. Now, let's move on now to my very next question, which really is about scaling creativity, right? Now, what does growth look like for a designer who is intentional about authenticity? Because you can measure success with money, right? The amount of money you make, and that's great. But when you talk about being authentic to your brand, like, that's something that really stood out for me when just reading up about you. So in that light, how do you measure success and say, okay, I'm still being authentic. I'm not being, you know, I'm not trading my ideas for, you know, what the person I'm collaborating with wants?
I guess even being here is something that really shows authenticity, that I have been accepting others' different cultures, and people really being interested in hearing about my storytelling of being a British Jamaican or gender fluidity within my clothing. This year has been really something for me that I've been focused on community building. So I was able to show in Hong Kong. I've also shown here like 2 years ago as well too. So that global stage of brands being able to reach out to me and show and really be interested in seeing the work has been quite important. But then I've been seeing it more since we've moved into e-commerce and actually having direct to consumer.
So you can, okay, we're back. Fantastic. Thank you so much, technical team, for jumping on that and being very fast. So we're picking up from how you define creative authenticity. You know, how do you measure that in success? How do you look back at your brand and say, you know what, I've made money, I've met people, I've opened my store, I've released so many collections, and I have remained authentic about my brand the entire time?
I definitely look back at some of my collections and be like, I'm so inspired by it, and it makes me want to go back and understand exactly what I've been doing. But I think enjoying my own work is the most important thing for me in terms of remaining authentic. And I think my journey thus far, I'm very proud of every single moment. And I think as long as you're proud of it, that's when you know that it's actually the right sort of journey for you.
Okay, okay. All right then. So if you talk about how we see the fashion industry, now, I mean, I walked in here today just seeing the beautiful models, the pieces, just how everything is all well laid out. When you think about Fashion Week, everything is so glamorous, as it were. Now, behind the scenes, behind these scenes, we don't even have to go too far. Backstage right here is very strategic. Everything is very intentional. How do you balance creativity with business realities? Creativity with backstage craziness? Creativity with the tailor that says he's gonna do the double stitch and ends up doing the triple stitch? I don't know.
Yeah.
How do you deal with that? How do you keep it moving every single time you meet those kind of challenges?
I guess I've been quite inspired by my family. So my mum, she was an entrepreneur, so she's a hairdresser. I guess it's a different kind of way.
Yeah.
But she's tried so many different things, from photography to also like fashion as well too. So I think that tenacity and that sort of drive has really inspired me to kind of like, if something goes wrong, you can always fix it.
Yeah.
And with fashion, it's such a fast pace. So just yesterday I was in New York, and today I'm in Lagos.
So you're in Lagos. And today you are in Lagos. Come on, put your hands together for her. It's not easy, busy, run out now.
It really isn't. You have to have multiple heads at the same time. And from the beginning, I don't think I was a business person, but I've developed that from just learning from my mistakes and also speaking to people. So I've gained like different mentors throughout and been quite active in terms of asking questions. So it's very much, it's changed throughout, but you actually are a business person more than you are a fashion designer when you actually own your own brand.
Yeah, I have a follow-up for that, because you just said something. You said you're also a business person, even though you're the fashion person. But I have friends in the fashion space, some for and some against. You know, I have a friend who's an all-rounder. She's the creative director. She handles the logistics. She handles the business side of it. But then I have another friend who said, like, you know what, this is not my strength. I just want to make good clothes. Maybe I should get someone else to focus on that. What would be your recipe? Would it be going for trying to figure it all out yourself, or putting a team together, or maybe hybrid, a bit of both?
I think in the beginning, you definitely have to learn it all, because then how are you going to tell someone that they're doing their job wrong? How would you know the scale of like how fast things should be? Are you wasting money doing things one way? And I've definitely been that person that I've done every single job in my business, and I get to a certain point where you have to stop and know, as your friend was saying, you have to know when you're not good at things, and I don't think I'm good at everything, but I make it work, and I am able to kind of create the job descriptions and find the great people that are better than me to actually make the business bigger than it is.
Okay, okay. So when you think about many African designers, Nigerian designers, African designers, and designers in the diaspora, one problem always comes up, and please, I want the room to correct me if I'm wrong. When it comes to production challenges, who has production challenges in the house? Production challenges. What about distribution challenges? Where to sell your clothes, how to reach more people. And I want to know what your experience has been in navigating those systems sustainably. I mean, it's a bit different here, because when you think about the local workforce in Nigeria, we're still trying to get there when it comes to fashion. There was a time where you could make textiles in Nigeria, but now you kind of like have to go to Turkey or to India or to China. We have people that are starting it again. But I want to know, as someone of African descent, is it easier because you're in a different country, or is it a problem that you face as well?
Yeah, definitely. I still have like production problems and still have to figure things out and make sure it's right. I would definitely say if you're starting a new brand, start with one type of thing. So we develop denim, leather, wovens all at once.
Yeah, so
which
there is
like,
something like overproducing.
Yeah, overproducing, definitely, for sure.
Yeah.
But I think that's what kind of helped the brand scale quite quickly, because we was able to work with retailers across the globe and like have our stuff in different parts of the world. And then after that point, you can just really just scale back and actually find out, okay, this is what my customer wants, this is what's selling, and then focus on making it in the best quality that you can be. I've definitely noticed a lot of like African designers have been using their brand to kind of base it more in the craft sense, and then use other countries for other things that out there have perfected more. So there's a balance of both.
So it's almost like it's like a hybrid of both. Fair enough. Okay, all right. So let's talk about, you know, you said something that really caught my eye when you were talking initially about how for you your inspiration came from looking around and just seeing like, okay, I could picture a woman wearing this. I probably just need to tweak it a bit, you know, add my own flair, and now we have, you know, your line. How do you approach storytelling through fashion? Do you start with, is the starting point for you the emotion that you feel, or is the starting point the narrative? I think in this case, which was, you know, looking around you and seeing the menswear, or does it start from the piece of fabric, you know, feeling it, touching it? How do you do that storytelling process that ends in design?
There's different ways that I started throughout different seasons, but I think definitely observing and taking pictures. So I'm probably like a photographer first, so like creating my own research and documenting and looking back at things. But then conversation, like how people want to feel in their clothes. I feel like a lot of my brand is about being empathetic to who's wearing it. Like, I want people to feel themselves, but I want them to feel elevated. So I think about that, and I would create like textiles pieces and try it on and trial and test it. I think going through iterations is a big part of my design process.
Okay, so that's storytelling in regards to, you know, just even starting production, figuring out what you want your pieces to look like, the sketch, all of that. But on the flip end, when your pieces are ready, there's still a story that you have to tell, right? For people to be able to recognize that, okay, that's a Bianca Saunders piece. I want that. There's a certain, you know, a lot of people will call it branding. I don't want to call it branding, but you've built an impressive global audience. So how have you used storytelling to connect with people? Because I don't think if you didn't connect with us, we wouldn't want you to be here. So you need to let us know how, what was that secret sauce, that little seasoning that you put in there that makes your storytelling so easy to connect with, even throughout different African countries?
Oh yeah, definitely. I usually think about the music that I'm going to have. So when I'm creating the collection, I'm listening to music, I'm thinking about how I want people to feel. So like that's a big part of like my beginning section of it. And then also the photographers that I want to work with. So when I first started my brand, I went into kind of documentary style of photography. So I was working with people that were around me and then connecting with them, trying to collaborate and create those sort of stories. And then I think that's what kind of translates in terms of the imagery that's been pushed through, so people can kind of understand and connect with it.
What about when it comes to, because now social media is such a big part of promoting your brand, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Instagram, you know, TikTok is even part of it now. There's so many ways to post. Snapchat. How important is using those tools, and how do you come up with that brand identity for that collection? It's one thing to show the clothes. It's one thing to tell that story. I really want you to kind of hone in on that, because that's something that I believe a lot of young designers struggle with. It's one thing to design the clothes, but how do I convince people to buy it when they see it on Instagram or Facebook or Snapchat? Talk to me about that.
When you have a brand, you need to think about the points that you want people to come to you for. So I have 3 points, which is, I guess, innovation, craft, and then storytelling. So I will post my research, I will post like the behind the scenes. I want people to see people making, and then people are like, oh, I bought something from my brand and they know where it's made and they understand why the quality is made this way, and then they can read into the storytelling. When someone asks them what's that print, they are able to be like, oh, it came from this TV show and Bianca was inspired by that. And those stories is what makes a brand really important. So being very transparent with your audience and using social media to storytell that way is what has to be really pushed through. If you don't have that, people don't really want to read as much. They want to be more visual in terms of how they understand what the brand is saying.
Yeah, you think about how digital visibility itself drives brand growth and how fashion brands can continue to use content. But what about community? Because what I'm seeing now is, it's not just about selling your clothes to someone one time. It's about turning them into a customer that keeps coming back. So how do you create that community, as a fashion designer? I mean, I feel like you kind of started with, like social media, but keeping them there, keeping them engaged, keeping them coming back for more. In fact, making them your ambassadors, whereby when they go out, they're telling their friends and family that, oh, have you heard about this brand? Talk to me about how you've been able to do that.
I guess after we've been out of lockdown, I have always tried to put together events in person. Yeah. So this year we did an event with Tate. I had some of my friends who are DJs. They collaborated with me on the music and then created a sound in terms of what I wanted it to say about the brand. And then I'll have people wear the clothes as well too, so it kind of gives context in terms of this is the environment, these are the people that are wearing it. Or earlier this year I did a zine, and then we went to Amsterdam and then did something in London in like a special library, and had in conversation with, I put together a panel of people that really relate to like my culture and have an understanding of what that means in terms of imagery. So when people kind of go to the events and they understand what the culture is there, they can kind of get more of a context of this is the community and this is kind of like what they want to engage in. So that's been a big part of the world building around the brand. And from the beginning, actually, that's how I kind of started, and that's what really launched me into this world.
Yeah, okay, which is fantastic. I think that's great. But if I'm a young designer, for example, I'm just starting out, I'm probably not making as much profit, and I can't put together that kind of event. Sorry, apologies. Right? Because, I mean, it sounds amazing. But I'm thinking about a young designer that's just starting out, trying to pay the tailors, trying to pay NEPA bill, trying to sort out so many things, and they don't necessarily have the budget to put together a big event. Is there any hack that you could give us, something smaller, on a smaller scale, that we could do to grow our community?
Definitely using your, oh gosh, it's really loud.
Okay, yeah.
Definitely using your friends. So when I first started my brand, I didn't have any sort of major money, and I asked a friend if he could lend me his space, and then I was able to kind of like ask for favors and borrow from people, whether they could put up a bit of artwork, and then I guess used my university facilities of getting a projector and that sort of thing. So a lot of favors is very important. But I think on a smaller scale is just basically make one thing and make it great and make it desirable that people want to wear it. So getting your friends to wear it and having them go places, be photographed, and that kind of builds, like, people keep seeing something, then they want it more. It's like you have to see it like 1,000 times to really desire it. So I think on a smaller scale, as if I was to go back and do it again, that's probably how I'll do it.
Okay, that sounds amazing. Please put your hands together for Bianca Saunders one time. She's doing amazing. And I'm going to open it up to the floor very shortly, but I want to just start with this, and then that would just lead to our questions, because when I asked, about 5 people already raised their hands, so I think it's better to actually hear from the people that came to listen to you speak. What advice would you give to young African designers in the room today trying to scale beyond wholesale and traditional retail? If you could list 3 things that they had to do right now, based on your experience, what would those things be?
Don't wait till it's perfect and just put it out there. Make sure you've created a product that's actually really desirable. The people who actually want it outside your friendship group, and be really clear on your storytelling. So your elevator pitch, how do you describe your brand and what does it have to say?
Okay.
So,
okay, so can we take that again one more time? You said make sure you don't have to wait for everything to be perfect.
Yeah.
Make sure you have a product. And the last thing was?
It'd be very clear on your storytelling.
Okay, fantastic. We have people trying to get that for her, please. Okay, the time is 3:35, so we have a nice 25 minutes for questions. The very first person, the young man in the white, I see you in white Ankara, but the man behind you raised his hand first, so we'll come to you. So someone is going to pass you a microphone. Please tell us your name and your question. Please don't let your question be too long so other people can ask questions. Very important.
Good afternoon, Madam Bianca Saunders. It's a privilege to be here. My name is Fawaz Babatunde. My question goes thus. How were you able to manage the challenges that comes with cultural diversity? I mean, you've been in a lot of countries and trying to showcase your work. How were you able to appeal to their audience, coming from the fact that you have more of a UK root? So how were you able to just appeal yourself to them? That's my question. Thank you.
That's a fantastic question. Thank you for that. So, Bianca?
So I guess last time that I was in Nigeria, I really wanted to kind of shoot the brand in the context of it being here. So I teamed up with a photographer and we did like a shoot in, I think it was in Victoria Island, and I think people will kind of be able to like see it in that environment, and that connection is really important. But another way that I try to do that is just making the clothes the forefront of the brand. When I first started, people didn't know what I looked like. They was more focused on like the storytelling of what the brand was about and less about who I am. So I know nowadays it's very much important to be founder-led and to be in the forefront, but you have to make the brand the top of the mountain, not the person.
Did you get that? Thank you. Okay, we have someone else. So we'll come to you. We have the man in the white two-piece. Yes, thank you. So your name and your question. Thank you so much.
My name is Okechukwu Martins Baruku. Good afternoon, Bianca. You were talking about power of collaboration. Can you throw more light on it so I can understand you better?
Definitely. When I was just graduating from my graduate collection, I wanted to do a fashion film, and I showed, so there's this filmmaker actually, he's from here, it's Adeola Davis Jr., so he's got this recent film called The Father's Shadow, and I showed him my research, and he went away and created a whole story on what it meant to him. So then the film that was created using my clothes, he was able to storytell in different ways. So that way of collaboration is just not being so rigid on this needs to be that way, but using other people's creativity to create a bigger story. And the same with like photographers, I kind of give them the ability to use my research and create their own story, but it still has to be something that I love and want to support. So that way of collaboration is kind of like sharing creativity within people.
Yes, did you get that? I have a follow-up actually when it comes to collaboration. I was actually having a conversation with someone yesterday about collaboration, but even in a different field. We're talking about film, right? Yeah. And the person said to me, I know we're talking on and on about, we have to collaborate, African, unite. And he said something to me. He said, not all collaborations are actually good for you.
No, they're not. They're not.
So collaborations can come with a headache. Have you ever had something like that? Maybe someone that you started having a conversation with and you thought everything was kosher, and the minute you started working closely, whether it was creative differences or just their attitude, where you felt that, okay, maybe I need to remove myself from this situation, or how did you handle it? I'm curious.
There's definitely times I've just went through it and was like, this is gonna go wrong. This hasn't gone quite right. But definitely it's a vibe check. You have to kind of know, are you feeling this person?
Yeah.
Are we getting along very well? Do you want to work with them? Do you want to be on set with them for, I guess, 7 to 8 hours? sometimes people's work can be really good or they're like really successful, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to show up for you in the same sort of way or make it individual. And there's a balance of both, so you kind of have to run the risk. There's not really, it's very hard you can't predict these things.
Okay, so I just wanted to put that out there because it's important to know that when we talk about collaborations, don't just jump into anyone. You have to actually make sure that it works for you and your ethics and your ethos align. So we have another question from that corner. It's like this corner, they're the ones that are going to get all the gifts today, are giving out special gifts for questions asked. This side is already winning. So let's take that question from the young woman in yellow, I believe, and then we'll come to this end. Hope you're not asking question for gift to...
Good afternoon, Mrs. Bianca. It's an honor to be here. Actually, you said initially you start making a dress for a female. Then you later switch to making a dress for a male. What was the inspiration, or what is the challenges, or what is the mindset that made you switch?
So what was the turning point? At what point?
Yes, I made him switch.
Yes. You can go ahead.
So at the time, when I first started menswear, it was like 2012, and menswear in London was quite new, so there wasn't that many women doing menswear design. So I thought it was a good way for me to stand out and to be more recognized as a designer. So I always had a desire to be a luxury fashion designer, to show in Paris and to be recognized on a global scale. And I think pushing that aesthetic through menswear made it a bit more individual. When I did women's wear, there's so many great women clothes that I love, and I would say that I'm more of a feminine woman that really enjoys women's clothes, but I was able to kind of use it a bit more in an artistic way to showcase that.
Okay, so are you saying you're never going to switch back?
Yeah.
I'd like to wear Bianca piece.
I'm definitely going to switch back. I think that's the plans for next year. So this year was like more community focused, and next year's like we're going to go into women's wear properly.
Okay,
I need things to wear.
Yes, please, please, please. Okay, so we have questions from this side. Okay, wait, where's the microphone? Okay, just give it to him since you're close by. Sorry, we'll come to you.
All right, my name is Michael. Good afternoon, Bianca. So the question is very simple. Looking back at your journey from emerging as a working designer, right, to like a global icon, so what core lesson or value have you carried forward to continue to guide your creative, minds and everything? Do you understand the question?
I believe so.
All right, let me rephrase.
Take it again.
Looking back at your journey from emerging designer to working as a global icon, right? So what core lesson or values have you carried forward that continues to guide your creative decisions?
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
I think in the beginning, I wrote like a manifesto and a list of what I wanted my brand to stand for. And every now and again, I really have to remind myself, like, why am I doing this? And not to sway from the original point of view of why people got excited about the brand. And there's definitely been times when I've swayed from it, and it's always been, it never felt internally right. So I think kind of having a beginning point of where you're going and sticking to it is really important, and reminding yourself why you are here is important, but listening to your own voice, because there's so many people that will tell you to do things and it might not necessarily be right for you.
Yeah. So did you get that? So it's more about an integrity thing. Do you understand? Okay. There's this young man here with his yellow adire up and down. Yes, I can see you. I love your outfit.
Okay, good day everyone.
Hello.
Okay, so here's
What's
my
your name,
question.
please?
My name is Mr. Ben.
Hello, Ben. Your question?
Okay. My question is, how do you make your storytelling very inspirational to the audience, to the public, in such a way that it's going to be emotional? They are going to be able to see your brand as, they are going to be emotional about your brand. In other way, converting to sales, how do you make it inspirational, possibly the audience being emotional about your brand and actually patronize you for a specific reason, which at the end generates quite a lot of sales for you.
Okay, so if I understand him, he's saying, how do you emotionally capture your audience so that they part with their coins, right? So that they spend the money. Yes.
Definitely picking something that people can recognize. So I have this top that's a part of the Spring Summer 25 collection, and it says like, who God bless can man can curse. And a lot of like Caribbeans know that saying, and it's a very like biblical saying as well too. So a lot of people kind of recognize what that is. So having things that people can kind of feel familiar with is what kind of sells the story. So I never really sway from things that are too unfamiliar, but also you kind of have to have a balance of both. So there's things that are going to be runway pieces that are just made for the runway or made for celebrities to interact with, and there's pieces that are more like commercialized that say straight what the storytelling is. But it still has to be desirable at the same time. So there's a balance of both in creating a collection.
How important, as a follow-up, because I to be honest, that's why we're here. How do we make sure that when we make clothes, people see our clothes, they appreciate our clothes, they feel something, but most importantly, they just bring out the money and say, okay, I'm willing to part with my money. How important is it to study your audience? Because with you, with menswear, you're not going to just sit in your room and be like, well, maybe this is what men want to wear. So how important is it to actually study the people or your demographic, as it were, like people that you want to wear your pieces? And how much research do you have to do to be able to link the two?
I am consistently doing research. I think from building my actual e-commerce site, that's what's really enabled me to really know who's buying, what's the age demographic. When I was doing wholesale, I didn't really get I didn't get that research because it was through another partner, and that's their own stats that they keep for themselves. So even using like Instagram just to monitor who's wearing the stuff is really interesting. But my customers quite quiet. They're not someone that's very flashy, apart from when you have like, of course, celebrities and that sort of stuff. But that's the different thing. That's more promotional. It's less in terms of like who's actually buying the clothes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for that. Please put your hands together for Bianca one more time. We have about 15 minutes left. 15 minutes left to the end of this masterclass. We have more questions. Honestly, I'm calling this young man here because of his scarf. That's a pretty beautiful scarf. Thank you. Your name and your question, please.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Oluwadolapo Samuel. All right, so my question is, we've heard of the success of your journey, but then before the limelight in Paris, what were the things you actually went through? And by the times you actually wanted to give up, you wanted to quit. And then what was the motivation for you? Beyond your family now, what was the motivation for you to keep pressing? Yeah.
For me, fashion is all I wanted to do. And whenever I think about quitting, I think about it, I guess, quite often.
So you have thought about it?
Yeah, I think about it all the time.
Yeah, so it's not, it is true that most designers at some point have thought about quitting.
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
But I think if I had to do anything else, is it going to make me happy? And this is what I really enjoy. Like being here on stage and talking about my work makes me happy. Being in my studio makes me happy. So I guess I've kind of used my joy to really keep me going.
All right, fantastic. Is that okay for you? Okay, so come to the middle now. I think because we have 15 minutes, I'm going to count. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's too many people. Oh my gosh. Honestly, ushers, I transfer the power to you. Please pick someone. We have our beauty queen here in front.
Hello, Bianca.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, just hold on. We have someone standing up already. Once she's done, we'll start with you. Apologies. Go ahead.
All right, good day, everyone. My name is Gift, and my question is, what advice will you give to someone who is very interested in fashion, primarily coming up with new styles, design concepts, but isn't exactly a tailor or doesn't have interest in learning how to do the sewing? Is that even possible?
No, definitely not. There's so many designers that have started brands and been really successful and don't even know how to make clothes. But I think it's just knowing what you want to have in your wardrobe. I think that's a big thing, because if you don't want to wear it, then why is everyone else going to want to wear it?
Yeah.
Like, is it something that you're going to put in every single day, and people are going to notice it? Oh, I love that skirt, or I love that top. That's a big thing in terms of knowing how to kind of start small without having the skills.
Yeah, so that just ties back to the point that was made earlier about collaborating or working with other people, hiring other people. So it is possible, if you can't sew, to be a designer. You just have to find the right team to work with you. Yeah? Okay, so please, our beauty queen.
Thank you, Bianca. My name is Queen Summer. So I want to ask, in terms of sustainable fashion, we can see that the world has, is tilting more to sustainable fashion. So how would you advise a young designer or anybody interested in fashion to maintain sustainability in their process?
That's a fantastic question.
I think it depends on what kind of angle you want to go down. There's different things mean different points in terms of what's actually sustainable. So for me, my brand, sustainability means making smaller collections, not producing loads of things, or actually just using materials that aren't like too harmful for the environment. So being very much in the know and like following the news and what's happening in the textiles world is very important.
Okay. Let's come to our middle row here. Okay. Please, and then that woman at the back, all the way at the back in that corner.
Hi, good afternoon. My question is about pricing. Before the class, I walked through each of the stands and I saw some very lovely, colorful outfits I wanted to buy. But the least I saw was 175,000.
How much?
175,000.
175,000.
Yeah, that's just for a short. And the others were like 230 to 20. The fashion industry is slowly getting very saturated. And there's this tie between struggling to put pricing on your product because you feel it's handcrafted and you don't want to lower down your product and you just want to keep it where you can also be in the luxury brand category. At what point do you determine the right price to put for your product such that you don't scare your customers away and you still get the right customer base?
I think that's a fantastic question. Just for reference, 175,000 is about $120 based on 1,500 naira rate. Just so. And she said that's just for, it was a short dress. Okay, so let's talk about pricing. How do you calculate your pricing?
I think it all depends on exactly how much you're making of it and how it actually gets made. So when I first started the brand, there were some things that weren't actually replicable. We couldn't actually make it in mass production, so it made it more expensive to make. But also, as a designer, sometimes we don't factor in. You have to make sure that what you're making, you have to get paid, and it's actually going to be able to create profit for your actual brand. So there's a balance of those two things that has to be really important, because you can end up undercutting it and trying to make it really affordable for everyone, but then the right customer is going to buy it that really cares about craft and is really interested in those sort of things. So it depends on what your brand is actually about. That's what the customers you're going to attract. So the customers that are based on craft and they're really interested in handmade stuff, they are going to spend the money to get something that's really important for them.
Does that answer your question? Yeah? Fantastic. All the way at the back.
Hello, Miss Bianca. Good afternoon. My name is Bukola Teniola.
Can you be a bit more?
My name is Bukola Teniola. Good afternoon, Miss Bianca. So my question is that, please, how do you manage staff, especially the hard staffs, like when you have clothes that you wanted to brand and you have workers that stressed you? Please, how do you manage?
I can't really hear. Am I the only one?
Like, how do you manage staff?
Oh,
that
staff.
Is stressed.
Right.
Staff.
Like, so working with people, managing staff.
Yes.
Because we do have a very notorious workforce. Not to speak down on our workforce, but when you talk about the group of people that make things happen, the drivers, the tailors, mechanics, sometimes it can be a bit difficult working with them. So I believe her question is, how do you manage that, right? Okay, yeah.
Definitely getting people that actually know what they are doing, because it makes it easier to delegate. Because then you have to get someone that's slightly better at doing that job. So I don't have to manage them as much, because you're not thinking about, oh, they're going to do this wrong, or is this going to go right? So I think having strong people and strong candidates is a really important part of like my business.
But what if you find out that the person is not strong after hiring them? Because some people come and they put their best foot forward at the time where you're hiring them. I can do this, I can do it. And then you hire them and realize they're not giving the best foot forward. Do you try to grow with them, or do you keep it?
Because it's a small business, you have to let them go. Otherwise, it can end up slowing you down. I think in the past, I've definitely been a person that's mentored, trained, but I have to remember that I am the top of the actual pyramid, and I need to be the strongest one to be able to create the ideas and manage the business and do both. So sometimes it doesn't work out, and I think that's totally fine.
Yeah. I would just like to add to that, and it's just to answer her question, and I hope, please correct me if I'm wrong, and it's not even, it's something I use outside of fashion, but for a business that I own, I'm always hiring people. So if I have a driver, I've interviewed 3 people already that are on standby, so that when this driver leaves, I have a pool of people that I'm looking at, and it's something that has helped me over a period of time. I don't know if it's going to work for you, but don't hire someone and be like, okay, I found someone. Continue to conduct interviews, especially in a place like Nigeria, where someone can be working for you today and tomorrow they've jackpot, or they're working for you today and tomorrow they have opened the same business that you're doing. So just for the Nigerian element of that. We still have time for 3 more questions before we wrap up. 3 more. Ushers.
Hi, Ms. Bianca. Good afternoon. My name is Jessica. So you talked about starting small, but as someone trying to build a fashion brand, I've always wondered, how do you start small without looking small? Because especially in an industry where perception and visibility are everything, how do you still make your brand feel premium or aspirational from the start?
That's a good question. How do you start small without looking small? I remember when I started hosting events, I would say, send me your rate card, and I'll be like, yeah, my manager will get back to you. Then I'll go and create another email, Shaiton's manager at, then I will respond. Do you understand? That's just one angle. But for someone like you, how would you advise a small brand to look bigger than they are?
I feel like you don't have to show everything. That's a big thing, because my actual internal team is very small. People think I have loads of employees, and I don't. But we make it work, and it looks bigger than it actually is. It's presenting yourself professionally online, and the kind of like using what other brands kind of have and how they show themselves and how you kind of talk about the brand. So instead of saying, I did this, I designed this, say we designed it, we as a brand make this. So it becomes more of a bigger world. And of course, I've definitely had a couple fake apps. This person's not real, but they are now. So.
Yes, thank you so much for that. Oh my God, we have so many questions, guys. We can only take 2 more. Okay, you're with the mic. Okay.
My name is Kosi, and my question is, what is the biggest mistake new fashion entrepreneurs make when starting a brand, and how can I avoid it?
I like that.
Not being good with money is probably the biggest mistake.
Not being
good with money. You have to be really good with money. Like, that's the biggest thing. You have to really be good and on top of like managing your cash flow, like how you're spending. Because that's what's the usual thing that crashes businesses, not being actually a proper business.
Just to follow up on her question, because of the topic, going beyond wholesale, people tend to make many pieces and then now try to sell it. Would you say that is a wrong way to do it for a small brand? Maybe just make what you need and then recreate as you go? Would that be a way to go?
Yeah, definitely. I have in the past done pre-orders, so we have this really popular trouser at the moment, and people was like, I want it, okay, let's do a pre-order and see if we can get at least like 20 people to order, then we will know that more people will order from there. So I think that's been really important for me to just kind of like test the market. So if you have like one product base, promote it as much as you can and like create a pre-order so you know exactly how much you're selling without overbuying. Because in the past when we were working mostly with stores, sometimes we'll end up making a lot more and they might predict it wrong, I might predict it wrong, or try to build it my own, but you have to really use your audience to kind of guide exactly how much I'm making.
Yeah, okay. Our final question. Final. Okay.
Good afternoon, Bianca.
Good afternoon.
It's good to be here. Thank you for hosting this. My question goes thus. As an entrepreneur, that you're just getting into the market, but you have an eye to go beyond wholesales. I want to ask, is it advisable to start with loan or collaboration? And I'm asking this because you were fortunate to have good people to collaborate with. Do you start going out to tell people, okay, I want to do this, so let's collaborate? Or how do you do it when you don't have people around you that you can actually collaborate with? That's why I ask that. Is it advisable to go for loan? Thank you.
To go for what?
Loan.
Oh, to go for a loan?
Yes.
I wouldn't advise going for a loan at the beginning of the brand unless you have like a really solid idea. I didn't start my brand with a loan. I started by using what I made from wholesale. I actually started it in like my family house. So I was very much like bit by bit and kind of grew from there. It took me a long time to even get certain machinery. So I was very much gradual. You don't need to do everything at once because even the journey of fashion is very long, and a lot of brands, like when they hit the 10-year mark is when people really get to know about the brand and understand what it is.
I hope does that answer your question? I mean, based off of her experience, which is what you want, she did not start with a loan. You know, she was able to use the resources that she had, and she's also talking about being gradual. You know, when you move into a new house, you don't have to furnish it everywhere at once. You can start with the living room, get your chairs before you get your TV. So it's a gradual thing. And she also spoke about the 10-year mark, whereby a lot of brands that are known before they hit 10 are quite lucky, you know, and been able to do something right. But by age 10, you're kind of still a child. You're still learning.
No, definitely.
Yeah.
I think what really helped me is just being able to make clothes. So the first collection I did, I actually made like all the pieces, and then I was like, I'm not doing that again. Because it was like, it took a lot of time, and then, but then I was able to kind of like hire people after that to kind of get it perfectly made, but having the skills to do it did help me a lot.
Definitely. All right, we're not taking any questions because we're out of time, but Bianca, I want to give you 1 minute. We have 1 minute left. Kind of thinking about everything that's been said here, what the theme is today. I know that on your way here, you were probably thinking of what you wanted to say. If there's anything that you haven't touched on yet, based off of my questions or the questions that the audience has asked, now is the time to do so.
So I guess being and coming back here for a few times, I've been very much inspired by the Nigerian culture and exactly how much of a global stage it is, and the energy that's been put into like what the fashion is today. So I'm just like grateful to be here. So thank you, everyone.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Please come. I'm going to do a cute bow for you guys to keep it official. Okay? This
is mine. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm seeing how you're styling this.
Yeah.
All right. So please, we're going to get a robe because you're not leaving here with this outfit today. And I don't think you are. Thank you so much. Let's take some pictures. Step back. Sure. This way. One step back. Thank you. So you have 15 seconds for photos. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, then please put your hands together for Bianca Saunders, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so this class is officially over, and we have a 15-minute break before the next class, masterclass, kicks off. And that masterclass, of course, is going to be featuring Jade Oyateru, and she's going to be talking about her brand, of course, you know, on cover, but you need to, if you are not here for this masterclass, the next masterclass, you need to exit. Oh, everybody needs to exit. Okay, fantastic. You need to exit and come back in 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, still.
We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we invite you to not only look, but to feel, to walk through moments that have shaped fashion at GTCO Fashion Weekend, to take in the details, the textures, and the iconic looks. See how far fashion has come. Imagine where to go next and how far we can go together. GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we
GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea. GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea. GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea. GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea.
trust, purpose-driven entrepreneurship, and shaping African beauty narratives. We will be listening to the brilliant Jade Oyateru, who is a skincare founder. She's the founder of Uncover, and she'll be telling us about how she's been able to use the power of story to build such a powerful brand as Uncover, a story that people believe in. So please make your way in. We are already a minute or so behind schedule, so we need you to be a bit faster as you make your way in. We appreciate you being here today, live at the GT Fashion Weekend Masterclass 2025. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. We have more seats towards that end. When did I finish? I can start now. Okay, I see we're almost ready now. We have our last set of people walking in. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for coming, fashion lovers. We're so excited to have you here today with us. That's why he said I should move here. Thank you so much, fashion lovers, for being here. We are super excited to have you and to have the amazing Jade Oyateru with us, joining us at GTCO Fashion Weekend. Of course, Jade is a branding genius, and her masterclass today, The Power of Story, Building Brands People Believe in, is not one that should be missed, okay? She's going to be sharing her secrets on crafting authentic brand stories that resonates with audiences. So get ready to be inspired and learn how to build a brand that truly connects, okay? So we're about to get into this. Can we roll? Let's go. Oh. Okay. And that's it. Doors shut. Okay, let's get into it then. So I'm going to be calling on Jade Oyateru to join us on stage very shortly. But before I do that, I would just like to let you know who Jade is very briefly. Now, Jade Oyateru is the co-founder and COO of Uncover. Now, Uncover is a fast-growing African beauty brand that merges Korean skincare science with African botanicals to celebrate and care for melanin-rich skin. I'm going to talk about melanin-rich skin. I'm talking about everybody in the house with us this afternoon. Now, under her leadership, Uncover has expanded across 8 African countries and secured multi-million-dollar funding, earning recognition from Bloomberg and Vogue Business as one of Africa's top startups redefining beauty. Now, prior to her founding Uncover, Jade held key roles at Unilever, at Nestle, at Jumia, and she holds an MBA from Imperial College London. She's passionate about empowering women in business and building globally competitive African brands. Please put your hands together for the one, the only, Jade Oyateru. Keep clapping till she comes out. Jade. Beautiful. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Welcome, Jade. It's amazing to see you. You look so beautiful. Fantastic. Now, I hear you have a short video for us.
I do.
All right, then. Please have a seat here.
Do you want me to sit down here?
No, I'd like you to sit here, please.
Okay.
Have a seat. Yes. So we have a short video to play for you, and then we'll be kicking off the presentation that Jade has presented as prepared for us. And once that's done, we'll go straight into questions. So we're switching things up a bit for you for this particular masterclass. So please, let's go ahead.
Before I start the video, have we started? No. Okay. Hi, everyone. As introduced, my name is Jade Oyateru, co-founder of Uncover. And first of all, I just want to say a massive thank you, Shade, and to GTCO for this amazing platform and for being here today. And thank you, everyone. It's a full house. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm so excited, and I really hope that at the end of today, you get to take away practical, insights that you can truly use to harness the power of your brands. Before we go into it, I wanted to share a little bit more about myself and why storytelling is also so important. If you met me, I'll say 18 or 19 years ago, I was a girl that was sure about, I had my career all mapped out. I knew that I wanted to climb the corporate ladder. I was going from titles to promotions, working with multinational companies, with big teams, with big budgets, million-euro budgets. But ultimately, I was working on exciting brands, but I really just didn't feel fulfilled. I didn't see myself in the brands that I was building. And so I knew that I wanted to build something from scratch. And I say this because I imagine a lot of us here probably are in very similar boats where we're working in corporate, but you know that you want to start your own thing as well. And so that nudging for me to feel like I needed to build something where I could see myself, I could feel valued, I could feel heard, led me into building Uncover. And so that's the journey over the last 5 years. And before I go more into it, I think would love for the video to come on now so that I think the video can speak a lot more about what Uncover is and truly share the power of story.
Okay, fantastic. Technical team, can we cue the video on the screen, please? Well, I guess while they're setting that up, I can quickly ask you one question.
Sure.
Okay, the video is up. Fantastic.
Oh, is there sound?
Can we fix the sound? One second. I'm sure it will be fixed shortly.
To be real is to have lived. For years, Africa has been beauty standards aren't real. What's real is you. Your rituals, your growth, your faith, your passions, your community, your health. Real is embracing what you've been all along and seeing its magic. Real doesn't need lightening or erasing or fixing. Real happens over time, with conviction, with support, with experience, with love. To be real is to have lived. For years, Africa has been ignored by the world, told its beauty wasn't enough, too dark, too different. But now is the time to recognize Africa's true beauty, lying within its people, its culture, its vibrancy, and its rich botanicals. Uncover is a celebration of Africa, With inclusivity at our core, all our products are focus group tested on women of color across the continent. We harness the power of Africa's incredible botanicals and combine them with cutting-edge K-beauty technology to create innovative, effective skincare made for women of color. Real is revolutionary, and that revolution lives inside each of you, in your heart, your mind, your stories, and your skin. Your real is worthy of being seen. All that's left is to uncover it.
Thank you so much for that. That was a really cool video.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Now, if you could just cue up the slides while I just ask Jade here one or two questions. And I know you've kind of already started to even answer my first question, but I want you to finish, take it home for me. Uncover has become a standout name in African skincare. Like, I even brought my bag here today. You know, when we spoke on the phone, I said, Jade, I actually use your product, too. And I brought it. I said, today, I must prove to her. See? And you clap for me, please. Clap for me. No, but honestly, it's not, because you know sometimes you can be on here and you're talking about a product you're not familiar with. It's become a brand that is standout. What inspired you to start this brand, and what personal story sits at its heart? And to tie it to the theme, when you think about the power of story, what does that phrase mean to you as a founder and storyteller?
No, that's a great, very loaded question. So I'll say, look, ultimately, Uncover for me started because I walked into a store once, and it was just a mirage of Western products.
Yeah.
You find a lot of Western products on the shelves, and most of those products are not tailored to our skin needs or our skin concerns. You know, most brands might come in here and just put a model on a billboard, you know, just put a Nigerian model on the billboard, but when it comes to the core of product development, people that look like you and I are not in those conversations. They're not testing on our skin to make sure that the ingredients they're using actually is right for us, and that it actually solves for our unique concerns where we live in a very hot climate, for example. So for me, that was where the passion and the burning desire started. And so the true story for Uncover really is about catering to melanin-rich skin. It's putting us first. How do we make ourselves a priority, not an afterthought? I think for years, the beauty industry has really just put us as an afterthought. We're not even in the conversations when they're making these discussions. And so it's time, and I love that a lot of brands are now doing that, but truly provide high quality skincare products that are tested. They're not just made, they're tested. They're dermatologically approved for women and men of our skin tone and our skin type, that also reflect certain external factors like our climate and things like that.
Yeah.
And so that's truly where it comes from. So when I think about our product development, we're not just making products for the sake of it. Yes, we're using K-beauty because Korean technology has, you know, it's Korean technology.
No, they are light years ahead of us.
They're like, yes, they're the global best technology when it comes to science. But what we're doing is taking the global best, merging it with African botanicals that we know that for years works.
Yeah.
And then how do we merge the two? Because as women in Africa, we deserve the best. And so that's what we're doing with our formulation. We actually focus group test, which no other brand, at least global brand, does, which means that once we get our formulation, we bring it to Nigeria, we take it to Kenya, we test within our community. So before the sunscreen got on shelf, women in Nigeria tested it to make sure it works for their skin tone. So that's how we're truly making us a priority and not an afterthought.
Yeah, and that's why it feels so amazing. Please put your hands together for Jade one more time. Don't worry, we'll be taking questions from you soon. Technical team, do we have our slides ready? Jade is ready for her presentation. Can I get a thumbs up or a thumbs down so I can continue my questions? Thumbs up? Fantastic. Jade, over to you. Can you fix Jade's mic, please? Thank you.
Okay, I think it's back. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, okay. So what I wanted to share today was really about the power of story. I believe that, you know, story is not just about marketing any longer. having a story and building a brand that people believe in is truly going to scale the way we drive and grow our brands going forward. The reason why I say this is because, as most of you imagine, this is I think in the history, this is one of the busiest business eras we've had in history. Everywhere you go, without you guys realizing, every day, you're probably engaging with over 5,000 brands on a single day, from when you wake up in the morning to picking up your phone, all the ads that are coming at you. When you think about going to brush your teeth, the toothpaste you're using is a brand that's talking to you. You get in your car, you see so many billboards on your way to the office. You get to the office, you're engaging, you put on your laptop, without even realizing over 5,000 brands you engage with on a daily basis. And all of this is noise. It's a lot of noise in the marketplace. So if you're building a brand, how do you ensure that your brand stands out of all that noise? And I think what's so exciting is, even as consumers, your attention span is just 8 seconds for every brand. So how do you grab attention? It's so difficult. It's no longer about grabbing attention. It's truly about how do you build a brand with meaning that's purposeful and what people can relate to. And that's truly how you scale. And so basically, people don't buy products. They buy stories they want to be a part of. And I have something here to just share, because I think it's really important for us to take home that the brands that are winning today, they're really not selling products at you. It's not about who has the best products, because in 6 months' time, there's going to be like a copycat in the market. Somebody's going to do a product that's probably better than yours. It's not about having a cheaper price, because somebody's product is always going to be cheaper than yours. And it's not about being the loudest in the market, because ultimately somebody's going to have the most marketing budget, and they can do as much as they want with marketing. But the brands that are winning are brands that people believe in, right? If I take Nike, for example, Nike doesn't come at you and say, buy the latest Air Jordan. They're selling their, it's not even about the just do it, which is the tagline, but what they're telling you is, or what you now believe, if I have a body, I'm an athlete, I need to go out, I need to run, I need to do things, and for me to do that, I'm gonna get a Nike pair of shoes. So what they are selling to you is a story that we now believe that, I need a Nike or I need an Adidas to be able to move. And I think what's also exciting is, when it comes to differentiation, a lot of times people ask you, what is your USP? How many people hear that all the time if you're building a brand?
Your unique selling point.
What's your unique selling point? So, I've added a new feature to this product. Mine is different because of this. And that doesn't cut it anymore in this space where things are so noisy. It's not about the feature, it's about the story. I think the story of your brand, two people can have the same product, and you wonder, okay, how come this person sells more than the other? But it's the story, because that story is so important. And so what I wanted to share, without this feeling too much like a class, is something that has worked for Uncover. And it's called a flywheel, concept. I would encourage you guys, if you read, to get a book called Good to Great by Jim Collins. And
Sorry, can you take that again?
The book is called Good to Great by Jim Collins. Truly how to take your brand from good to great. And he explains a flywheel effect, which I think came from an engineering concept that is now being used by brands as a strategy tool. But ultimately, what the flywheel means is, previously, when you think about distribution of your products, you launch your product, you think about distribution, you look for retailers, you go to sell, and then you're spending so much money on advertising. A flywheel means that you're using less momentum. Like, once you get the momentum running, it just becomes a really exciting loop where you don't have to put too much behind your marketing spend. You don't have to invest so much in your, in your campaigns or whatever it is that you're building. And so the flywheel concept that I wanted to share today was about, starting with a story. And once you have a solid story, your story then creates trust. And so once customers believe and they see the trust, it then goes into sales. And from sales, it goes to advocacy. And so once you have advocacy means people have used your brand, they're talking about it, and what they're talking about is the story. And then it goes back in the loop, from story to trust, to sales, and then to advocacy. I think it's such a powerful tool. Like, if you go home today, take a step back and say, if I want to start with not the product that I'm selling, start with your story. What is your why? Why have you created this product? What do you want people to say about you when you're not in the room? That is your story of your brand. That story will then build the trust. And this is why should I trust this brand? And it moves on. And so I think I'll cut it a little bit. I had some laws. Let me know if you want me to stop. I have a couple more slides, but I think I really wanted to make this very practical as well. And so there's some 3 laws around, building a belief-driven brand. And the first is your brand is not what you sell. It's actually what people say about you when you're not in the room. So again, I said that earlier, whether it's building a community and when you're not there, what are people saying about your brand? If nobody is saying anything, or if you don't know what that is, the world will create it for you, and you don't want that. So I think ultimately take a step back and say, the brand that I'm building, what do I want people to know about this brand? If you don't have that, I'll take that as an assignment. It's not the product. Don't think about the product. Don't say I have dresses. Don't say I have sunscreen. It's not about that. It's the why behind that. And once you have a why, you'll find an audience that relates to that why. And once you have an audience that can relate, it then goes into that flywheel concept, because they start to trust. Once they trust, they start to buy. Once they buy and they use it, it gives that advocacy effect. And then it's a loop. You build a community and you grow sales.
So do you want them to do the exercise, or that's their take home?
I mean, it's a good take home to say, if you can take one, like right now, if you don't think you have your story, write down, or maybe just put a question down, but write one sentence. What do you want people to describe your brand as when you're not in the room?
Okay, fantastic.
The second law for me just says the brand is not your story. It's their story with you in it. So don't think about, you're not telling people per se what you want them to. Don't push your agenda on people. I think once you create the story, your audience or your consumers will start to drive and roll with that story. So for example, how many people are familiar with Dove, the beauty campaign around Dove? Exactly. Dove doesn't say, I moisturize 3 times better than any other moisturizer. They've never said that. What they say, and what they say and what we have now taken, is that with Dove, as a woman, it's building self-esteem, it's building confidence. And so because I trust that and I can relate to it, next time I go on shelf, I pick a Dove. Yeah. So it's starting from that story. They're not saying my moisturizer is better, but they're saying women, deserve beauty in their own way. They deserve confidence and self-esteem. And then the third law for me, it's about, we're not building a brand, we are creating stories that people tell. And if you go to the next slide without taking too long, I can give an example of what that means and what we did at Uncover, how we built a brand by telling stories. And so, we have a customer, her name is Kiki. Kiki, is going through an acne journey, which is an amazing journey, and she shares her journey online through her platform and through Uncover. And a lot of women relate to her story, her acne journey and that story. And so at Uncover, when we launched our blemish control serum, which was for tackling acne, it was only befitting that we put Kiki
that has acne.
That has acne on our billboard. We didn't get a model. We got a real customer with acne. No brand has ever done that before. Everybody wants to make your billboard look amazing. We got her as our customer to tell her story. We put her on the billboard. We put her everywhere. And that for us tripled our engagements. Our sales skyrocketed during that period because people could relate with somebody that looks like them. They could see that in the stories, in the ads, and she was sharing that story. Now the flywheel effect of that is that more women started buying the product and started sharing their story. And that's truly what the power of storytelling is. I think I can end it there because I have a couple more slides, but I think on this last slide, just to say, if there's anything you take away from the slides today, just go back to the next slide. There are 4 blueprints when it comes to telling your story. The first is mapping out your truth, then finding the enemy, the promise, and your proof. So what truth means basically is, what do you believe? What does your brand stand for? What do you believe as your brand? Take that as an assignment, please, and make sure because if you're not clear, if you don't have clarity on this, your brand is going to be invisible in the marketplace. So what is your belief? What do you want people to believe about your brand? What is the enemy? What are you fighting? In a normal pitch deck, this is what is called your problem. What are you solving? So what are you fighting? What will you change? What will change because of you is the promise, and the proof is why should people, use you. So for example, at Uncover, what we believe is that melanated skin women should be a priority and not an afterthought. So no matter what you hear about Uncover, ultimately one story remains, that we are creating products for us. That is our truth. The second, which is the enemy that we are fighting, is just the beauty industry that has ignored women of color, particularly in Africa, for a very long time. We're not in the conversations. Nobody's making skincare products or beauty products for us. That is the enemy. The promise is that we are using global best technology in Korea, merging that with African botanicals to make high-quality skincare products that resonates and works for us. Yeah. And finally, the proof is that we have testimonials. We have people that have used it. We've sold over 500,000 skincare products or units in the last 5 years. We've gotten so many, recognition. I think the proof is there. Most of our women use it and they share their story. Yes. So that is clarity. If somebody asked me about my brand, very clear. And I think if any of this is missing in your brand, or all four are missing, please take that assignment home, give yourself clarity, and lead with that. Lead with growing your products. Use that to understand how to hire in your team. Use that to understand your marketing campaigns. Everything starts from here. And so hopefully you get to take something practical home today.
Please put your hands together for Jade. Honestly, I was looking at my questions, the questions I had put for her, and as the slides were going, I was just thinking, it's like, okay, answered. So thank you for that very well thought out, put together slide. But before I throw it to the audience, I have one more question to ask, and it's following up on what you said, which is building the community. I'd never met you before. Nobody told me about it. Honestly, if a friend was trying to convert me to using sunscreen, I was like, hey, which one is sunscreen again? Well, I was still black. But she was able to convince me, and I started using it, and I've not turned back since. So what I want to find out from you is, how do you, wait 1 second. So community seems very central to your brand. How do you keep your consumers emotionally connected? There was somebody here that spoke about almost capturing people's emotions to let them part with their coins, and you've done that successfully. You've given one example. Can you give us more examples of how you're able to just keep that community tight-knit and growing?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And at Uncover, community is at the heart of everything we do. It starts and ends at the community. So we first, from the community, is understanding what the pain points are. That takes us into product development and how we introduce new products into the market. We're not just introducing products for the sake of it. Yeah. It's really, what is our community? What is the pain points that we're getting from all the data points we're getting? It goes into our product development. It goes into our storytelling. It goes into everything. Yeah. So I think once consumers can see that, they can relate, they see themselves in what you're building and your story, I think it's very easy to have a community that just remains loyal. So one thing I find story really helps is it shapes loyalty, it shapes retention, because you can have an amazing product or talk about a product, somebody buys it, but then if they don't relate, there's going to be a new product that comes in, and they're going to just move to the next product, yeah. Right? So that story and that belief, being able to capture that within a community, means that you're building long-term loyalty. It means that you're building retention. So people will use your product and keep coming back. So I think that is very important. You said something right now, because, I think unlike most brands, I'm not a celebrity, I'm not an influencer.
You are a celeb now. You are our celeb, yes? You know our celeb?
No, yes. Literally, I think a couple of months ago, I went for beauty in Motherland or some events, and I remember people Uncover, and every time, not even just that, but anytime I go into a room and just say I'm a co-founder of Uncover, the reaction is like, oh my God, I use your sunscreen. Oh my God. So it's like, it's not because of me. We've built a community. Yeah. It's the story, and I think it's such a strong way where you're not selling yourself, you're selling your brand. So people know your product, they know your brand even before they know you. And I think it's an amazing way to build.
Fantastic, fantastic. Jade, fantastic answers. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for Jade. Before we move to the audience now, I'm looking at the time. We have 30 minutes because we're going to end at 5:15. 30 minutes. Now, I'm going to count now how many people are taking. We're going to count how many people. We're going to do 5 people, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One final person. Who's going to be our number 7? I'll save number 7 for the end. So 6 people. So let's start from that corner. So remember, actually I was going to say you know the drill. This is a different crowd. So you tell us your name and you ask your question. Make it short and brief. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tracy. When you were speaking, I was so inspired, but one thing that really stood out to me was the naming. So when you start building a brand, the name is very pivotal. If you don't get it right, then you can't build the community you were talking about, because when people hear about Uncover, you already said it is like this emotion and they're all like excited, because from the name, they can already tell that, oh, Uncover means to uncover beauty, uncover confidence. So it's very clear from the name, even before you know anything about the brand. So I'd really like to know, how was the naming process? Like, what went into the naming process? How did you come about that name?
Yeah, well, I'm curious to know as well. That's a great question.
That is such an amazing question. Thanks, Tracy, for that. So, Uncover, and you got it. That's really what we're looking for. It's in simplicity. And I think for me, I talked about my story earlier, where, you know, I had been working in corporates for a very long time, for many years, and I just didn't feel fulfilled. And I was looking for something that would drive fulfillment for me. And so I found that in the process of thinking about a brand, and thinking about what to build, and I found a process of uncovering myself, to be honest. I really felt like I was uncovering, I was evolving in the process of that. And ultimately, Uncover, when it started, the story about that was, and it's exactly what you said, it's about, for women, uncover your confidence, uncover whoever you want to be. That's the story about Uncover, right? If you're looking for fulfillment, if you're looking for, you know, authenticity, realness is at the heart of everything Uncover. So that was really, I think, again, when you start to figure out your 4-step blueprint, in terms of what is my, you know, my story, what is the truth, what is the enemy, and all of that, it really helps you. Once you understand that, I think it helps you to shape the direction of your brand and what you should name it.
Okay, does that answer your question? Fantastic. Where is our next?
Hello, good evening. My name is Edwina. My question is regarding the ever-changing landscape of branding, marketing. Sometimes it can be a bit volatile and you have to redirect your branding, your messaging. Do you have a particular process that you go through when it comes to brand redirection?
It's a very good question, and I'll give you practical examples, because ultimately your direction, or not your direction, I think, you know, campaign ideas and all of that can change. Your why should always remain the same, no matter what. Your why doesn't, because once your why starts to change, then you're creating a new brand, right? So no matter what, whether you're expanding into new markets, whether you can localize, but that why and that story should always be the same. And that's why I say foundationally, you need to understand what your story is, because that makes like, you would I'll give you a practical example. I think as Uncover, I've heard so many stories of what people think Uncover is, and not at the core remains the same. But because we launched in Kenya 5 years ago, and then launched in Nigeria, people say, oh, you're a Kenyan brand. I mean, no, you're a Nigerian brand. But because we have K-Beauty, people say, oh no, but you're a Korean brand. And then people say, oh no, but it's an African brand. And all of that is correct, right? Yeah. We're not trying to fit ourselves into a box. But what all of those people say, at the heart of it, is that Uncover builds brand for melanin. They're prioritizing melanin. So that story, irrespective of how you see it or what box you want to fit us in, the story remains. We're creating a product for melanin. So hopefully that doesn't change your direction. Once your story is crisp and it's clear, yes, you can have different, you know, I guess, messaging angles. You can have different taglines, different, you know, campaign ideas, but it should ultimately tie into your story.
Does that answer your question? Fantastic.
Right. Okay, good evening.
My name is Clinton, and you spoke really well. So my question actually is, you touched on trust, you touched on all those vital values that makes your brand what it is right now. And our last question is almost very similar to my question, when you talked about brand evolution. And you say we should stay true to our story. But in creativity, as we evolve, even as creatives, even if the vision we started with is still there, as we tweak, we still want to stay true to our customers, or let me use the word, our community.
Yes.
And as you evolve, you know, at some point in time, some people go off, and you still want to uphold community at the core of what you do. So how do you handle brand evolution with longevity, as long as still bringing the community together with the same vision that is ever evolving?
So I'm going to put a question back to you. Please give him the microphone. So maybe, for example, tell us about your brand, because I want to show this in practicality. And there can be, you can evolve, right? I mean, COVID happens and people had to pivot into several things. You can pivot or you can evolve. But ultimately, and I want to make sure that the essence of your brand still stays the same. But if you feel that that needs to change it for whatever reason, that's okay. It just means that now you're crafting a new brand story, and your audience will probably have to change with it, right? So it's not like you have to stay in one look, but if you want to grow this brand idea that you have, that started with a story, you can, you know, go into different, you can add different segments and adjacents and things like that, but ultimately the why of why I started this brand. Because our brand, truly, as founders, our brand is our DNA. So your brand has to be tied to you, to what you believe in, right? And yes, you might evolve, but because I'm evolving, doesn't mean melanated women is not a priority for me. It would always remain the same. So until you feel like maybe this story is evolving into something else, and so maybe I'm creating a new brand as a creative, and that's okay. But then you have to craft a new 4-part blueprint for this new story that you're developing outside of what, you know.
So the vision is still the same, but let me use the word, the vehicle in which you get there can always
yes,
change.
that can change, right? Your vehicle you can go into new markets. You can, you know, instead of, I'm creating, because I'm doing skincare for melanin, doesn't mean I can go into, I don't know, supplements or, you know, feminine hygiene or something. I'm still crafting for melanin women, and they're still at my core. And they're still uncovering, exactly.
Does that answer your question? Okay, amazing. We have three more questions.
Yes, please.
I think we have nobody in the middle. We have people. Okay. I know we had one hand up in the middle there. Okay. There you go.
Okay, good evening. My name is Eugene, and it seems, or it's pretty amazing how it seems that you're the one driving the storytelling for your company, if I am correct. And how do you manage to do that amongst the plethora of other things you have to do? Maybe customer fulfillment, product development, and a whole lot of other things. And secondly, I'd like us, if you have ever worked with marketing agencies, to share your experience, how you're making sure that they capture the essence of your brand and adequately communicate it to the market. And also, how do you ensure that they adequately capture those moments that matter in your business so that they can communicate it? Because as founders, I believe that there are moments where you're worried that the brand or the agency you're working with, they don't understand what you are about as well as you might want to. So how do you manage that?
There's Inse. Maybe Inse will answer that question. So, you know, as a founder, I'm not the only one. I'm joking. I've just put her on the spot. We have an amazing team at Uncover. Trust me, it is not a founder. I have a co-founder as well, but it's not just a, you know, founder-led activity. I think, and that's why the story with Uncover, we've been able to ingrain it into the culture of the organization. Everybody tells the same story because we truly understand and are very much passionate about what we're building. We have a 50-plus team. Excuse me, wow. 50-plus team, I think 90% women. And these are women that truly understand that we're building something we're building for all of us, and everyone has keyed in and bought into that story. Ultimately, I mean, as founders and as your brand, right? Again, when I talk about the DNA and truly understanding your brand, but as a good leader, the point is you can't carry that by yourself. If your team cannot explain your story in terms of the essence, then as a leader, there's probably something we're not doing right? It's so important that you can carry that and communicate it across board. But ultimately, to be honest, I don't want to say, I don't know if there are agencies in the room. I haven't really had a lot of success working with agencies. So a lot of what we do at Uncover is all in-house.
All in-house.
All in-house. We have a full brand team, the creativity, the campaign ideas, social media, everything is done in-house. Because I truly believe that, that essence and the story and the buying, the people you're interacting with every day, I feel like they just get it a lot more. I'm sure there are agencies who can do that as well. I'm just giving my personal story of how we've had to build this. And so all of that sits in-house. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does help. Thank you very much for that. And just as a follow-up...
And? You're taking out of someone's time.
Just a couple of seconds, please. As a follow-up, what do you think the agencies could do better in your own case? Or where do you think that
do you work with an agency?
I actually run one.
Maybe he's trying to work with Uncover.
That's a good question. What do I think an agency could do better? I think it's just truly following and understanding, the brands that you work with, like truly get that buy-in. I find that when you're working on multiple brands as agencies, because I want to work with someone that has the full attention to build for Uncover without having multiple agencies. And I'm sure there are people that can do that. But ultimately, that's just what I've found. And a lot of times, things change. You're in a startup. Like, we might have discussed this today, and by tomorrow, it's something else. So in 20 minutes, it's changed. I want to be able to reach you and say, but then you have other clients, and you can't move as agile or as quickly. And so that's how I've found in-house just works a lot better with the mode of our startup and the, agility that we require to market.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Please, I don't know if you can hear me. If you could please get Jade a bottle of water, that would be great. She's been talking
yes, please. Thank
since.
You.
Please. Okay, we have 2 more questions at the back over there.
All right. Hi, my name is Faith. The question I want to ask is, numbers are actually important in brand, right? What if after people believe your brand and every single thing, those people that believe your brand can afford it? Okay, what do you do?
Sorry, we can't hear you. Can you put your mic closer to your mouth?
I said, after people believe your brand and everything, what if those people that believe your brand can afford it? What do you do?
So you're saying if your product is not affordable to those that that believe in it, they can't afford it, then what then? So it's a pricing question, if I'm right. How do you price your products whereby your audience can actually buy it?
Yeah.
I think that's a good question, and I will say there's something in, the different stages of a brand, and as you're creating your brand, to be honest, you can't cater to everybody, right? So that's why, yes, you have a story, but then as you build your community and your target audience, I think really understanding that, because if you position your brand only from a pricing perspective, trust me, it's not, depending on the essence of your brand, you might be talking to the wrong audience, right? If you're just trying to reach people because of pricing. So I think ultimately, as a brand, you need to just understand what is your story, who is your target market, right? Who are you speaking to? And for those who would love to be there, they talk a lot about, inspirational, aspirational, right? You want a brand that's aspirational, where maybe someone can't afford this product right now, but they will aspire. It doesn't mean they won't be able to, but they will aspire to it. But the other thing I would say, because Uncover is truly about authenticity, a lot of what has been born out of, again, storytelling. When we first started Uncover, the idea wasn't to have estheticians or teleconsultations. It came out of the community where people kept asking, who can I speak to? I want to show my skin.
Yeah.
Is there a video? Do you have a walk-in office? And so we created a teleconsultation on the website, but also we started having estheticians where you can go into and speak to people. And when I talk about authenticity and realness, sometimes people speak to the esthetician and they're like, oh, but maybe I can't afford the product, or we're not going to force a product on you. We're going to find another good, suitable, product that we can trust, right, for you to use. So it's not like, oh, you have to use Uncover and putting it down. No. Again, our story is thinking about melanin women And no matter where you are, where we can support you, if we need to direct you to another brand that we believe can answer and at the right price point, we will. If we think there's a product you need, Uncover doesn't have, we will direct you to the next place to go to. We're not going to force a product on you just because you must buy Uncover. We don't do that. So I think as you think about your brand, that authenticity and clarity is important. Awesome.
Does that answer your question, young man? Hello? Okay. So we have questions on this side. No, we already counted earlier. Behind there, at the back. Thank you. We need the ETA on that water.
Thank you so much, especially for sharing your laws. My name is Eugenia. I've got two quick questions, yeah? The first one has got to do with your brand name. I'm curious, I work with words. Why did you not go for discover and you went for uncover, right? They kind of mean the same thing, but I'm curious. That's the first one. Then my second question is, as I was saying, pertaining to your laws, if you were to apply, or which of them would you say is your favorite to apply to all the brands you've shown are products, but if you were to apply it to a service, which one would you say would be your go-to?
That's a good one. So for the first question, look, I guess if we said discover, somebody else might say, why not something else? There would always be a word to use, but I wouldn't even say, in fairness, when Uncover launched 5 years ago, I didn't even think I had the foresight on how far the brand was going to go at such a short space of time. I don't think we had everything figured out, to be honest. And Uncover was an amazing word. It just represented myself, represented my co-founder and what we wanted this brand to be, and truly just stuck to the name. Even though the why remained the same, over time you'll find that, as he mentioned, the brand started to evolve. So you see that the logo we had at the beginning has changed, right? The brand packaging over time has changed. Now we're trying to go into, more markets, Francophone Africa. We've changed packaging to include French on the text. So as you grow and as you evolve, things will change, but your core still remains. And I think for me, Uncover has served us because, yes, maybe it was still very early and we're just so excited. Even if you see the logo we started with, you would laugh, but I think the name still serves us and it just resonated. I think for me, that uncovering journey absolutely resonated with us as founders, and that's what we went with.
Sorry, I just want to kind of follow up from what you said. So is it okay to not necessarily know what you're going to be or what you're going to do 5-10 years from now, but just kind of start with that single step, as long as you're able to answer the questions of why you're doing what you're doing and what it is, discovering your products? Is it okay to say that?
I think ultimately, now that in my story, now that I know, I'm very quick to tell people to dream big because I wish I dreamt a lot bigger at the beginning, or that, we dreamt a lot bigger at the beginning. And I'll give you an example. When we started, we're very obviously Africa focused. This is what we want to do. Now we've had opportunities to go global. And so we're exploring a global market. And then we got a roadblock because guess what? Uncover IP has been taken in that market. So we can't go into that market because we didn't trademark. If I knew I was dreaming big at the beginning, I would have done trademark for so many markets before we even started, right? But now I'm trying to figure out, okay, that means I can't go into this market because I don't have trademark. So things like that, I'm very quick to tell people, dream big. You might not be there yet, but just dream big, have the plan. It might not be 100% accurate, but at least plot your journey. And so what we do at Uncover now, we have something we call a VTO, Vision Tracker Organization, where it really gives you a 10-year roadmap. So you're like, in 1 year, where do I want to be as a brand? In 3 years, where do I want to be? And in 10 years, where do I want to be? Now you break that down into little buckets. If my 10-year goal is this, how do I get there in year 3? How do I get there this year? So you're already, everything we're doing at Uncover this year is going to shape our 3-year goal. And 3-year goal will shape our 10. So you might not have it 100%, but at least you start to build. So please dream big.
Fantastic. I believe we have one last question. One last question in that corner over there, and then we're done. But while we're waiting, I have a question for you. So are you hiring any interns right now?
We actually have a lot of exciting positions available, open, to be honest. Everything from we're recruiting a head of West Africa, we are recruiting, content creators, a creator partnerships manager in Nigeria. So we have exciting roles on
So
our website.
if someone in the crowd wanted to work with you, would they just have to send an email, or how would that work?
Yeah, feel free to share and send an email to carriers@uncoverskincare.co, or just send us a DM on our Instagram and somebody will be in touch.
Okay, so just say the email one more time. I think I heard someone scribbling it down. You just say one more time.
So carriers, CAREERS, @uncoverskincare.co.
.co, fantastic. Our next question, actually our last question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Ma. My name is Precious. My friends call me Cinderella. And this is my little baby, Nathaniel.
Hi, Nathaniel.
I have two questions. And, okay, let me start with the first one. I want to ask, with all your success, everything that you've been through, you've done a lot for yourself, and I'm so proud of you.
Can you repeat that? I can't hear.
I said, with all your success, with everything you've done for yourself, I'm so proud of you. But I have this question. Have you ever had any negative review, any negative feedback? And please, how did you manage it and handle it?
Yeah.
I also want to ask, in the future, do you have any plans for skincare, for products for babies? Because my baby has been through a lot in the last few months, honestly.
Oh, wow.
So that's what I want to ask. Thank you very much.
Those are both very good questions.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that question. Yeah, and I love that you came here with Nathaniel. So the first question, I've just had a freeze. What was the first question?
The first question was asking if you've gotten any negative...
Oh, negative reviews.
Yes.
Look, it's not even about getting negative reviews. It's our, it's our mentors, or it's core to seek out reviews. In everything we do in our cover, we seek out reviews. So yes, again, we're in a beauty industry where the products that you have will not work for everybody, and that's just the truth, right? So somebody might use your product and react to an ingredient differently because, again, ingredients can't work for everybody. The goal is that, and as we do product development, at least 90% of the women you focus group test actually give this a tick, right? So whatever space you are in beauty industry, you might get a negative review. The goal is, how do you handle that? You want to put the reviews into different buckets. Is this a review that is because of me as a brand? Is it because of our brand? Is there something in our product development we need to look at? If that's a genuine review and feedback, you should take that, right? You should say, okay, how many other people have experienced this? Let me do a test. So for example, we do customer focus groups once every month, right? We call our customers, we do breakfast sessions. So if you're, maybe, I don't know if anyone here has been part of that, but every month we do breakfast sessions with some customers. We just want to get feedback. We want to get reviews. How can we be better? How can we serve you better with our products or with anything else? So if it's a product issue, you want to take that feedback well and really think about what more you can do to improve your brand or your products. If it's not that, if it's like a delivery issue, somebody, how people might just come into your DM and say, I've been waiting for this order, you haven't delivered. You see that happens. I think how you respond to that is also very important, right? How do you call your customers? How do you speak to them? I was mentoring a lady recently and I said to her, she just started a brand. I said, do you even understand why people buy your products? Have you called customers to actually find out? You'll be surprised a lot of people have brands and they haven't even spoken to their customers. Right? And immediately she did that. Like the next time we spoke, I called 50 customers. I got so many insights. It was so interesting to hear both the positives, both the negative, and then you know how to do better. So I think that is so important. Once you get that feedback, dissect it. Is it about the customer? Is it about the brand? And then you make a decision from there. In terms of baby, I mean, Nathaniel would love to do something for you. Ultimately, I think our goal is, I never say never. We're definitely starting. And
you said dream big.
Sorry?
I said you said dream big, so never say never.
Never say never.
Yeah.
We're dreaming big, right? We can go into many different categories. But I think ultimately, as a young brand, I will always say this, focus is so important. there'll be so many opportunities. You want to jump into everything that looks good. And then once you do that, you lose touch of your core. So I think until you build your core, until you build the right systems and processes, until you've developed a good flywheel effect where you don't have to do too much, the momentum is just gathering itself, then it's easy to start going and, you know, I guess pivoting into other categories. So yeah, we're very excited. We will go into more categories as we grow in future. But again, with budgets, with money, with focus, it's like, okay, where do we start? And yeah, for Uncover, for yourself, for your brand, and for everything, I think, obviously never say never, dream big, but don't try and do everything at once, right? You need to focus and pace yourself.
All right, then. I think that's fantastic. Thank you so much. And thank you for bringing baby Nathaniel. Thank you. Put your hands together for her one time. We are at the end of our class. We have just 4 minutes, but I want to just give you 1 minute. I know you've been talking. You can even just take 5 seconds to just take a sip of water. Mommy, do you want to say anything quickly? I saw you waving. No?
Oh, that's my mom.
That's your mom. Please put your hands together for Jade's mommy. I'm such a mommy's girl. Thank you so much. You have raised a beautiful, amazing, hardworking daughter. My last question to you is, and I know that this is, I mean, it's not really off point because at the end of the day, you're such a hardworking woman, right? How do you decompress when you're not thinking of an idea or creating a product or approving a social media budget or in Kenya or Ethiopia? What does Jade do to relax?
That's such a good question.
Or you don't relax?
I mean, I'm being intentional about it.
Yeah.
Because as founders, and as many of you know, it's so, like before I got off stage, just as you were calling my name, I was still getting a message like, the budget for Meta, it has just exhausted. And I was trying to like add more. It's as you sleep, like you're always constantly thinking about your work. And what a mentor said to me recently, actually, you're doing more harm than good, because as a brand owner or founder, you need to carve out time to step away from everything that's happening so you can truly think creatively, just have your juices flowing so that when you come back into the business, there are ways. So I've now been a bit more intentional, you know, just spending more time with family. I've got 2 amazing boys, you know, with my husband, and just taking time to intentionally decompress, have my self-care, you know, time. And also affirmations. I forgot to mention this, but affirmations, as you do stories, you know, one thing that came out of people from the community, of people just, even before we started products, as Uncover, we had a community, and people always talked about, oh, my self-esteem is affected because of acne. I don't want to go out. I don't want to leave my house. And that's why you see when we started Uncover, all the products have affirmations on them. Nobody else has done that, but that's very core to our brand. So you pick the sunscreen, it says, I am protected. You pick a sheet mask, it says, I am beautiful. You pick something else, it says, I am energized. And that's, for me, it's, you know, that self-care, that small moment of affirming positivity. It's so important. So even as you start your day or end your day with your skincare routine, you're affirming positivity. You're saying, I am beautiful, I am protected, I am radiant, and all of that. So again, small little ways of taking time for me is always affirming positivity, you know, spending time in my quiet place of prayer, or just taking time with my family is always so important.
Thank you so much, Jade. This has been fantastic. It has been amazing. It's been marvelous. We appreciate you. Put your hands together one more time for Jade Oyateru, everyone. Thank you, thank you. I'm going to just ask you to please come forward, take one step forward. I know that they want to take, first off, your personal photos, just you, because you are a celeb.
Backwards.
Thank you. Please feel free to, yes. So we have come to the end of this masterclass. We have 15 seconds for our pictures. And once the pictures are done, the doors will be open and you can make your way out. If you're coming for the next masterclass, please join the queue outside and we will continue. We've just finished this amazing masterclass on the power of story. Building brands people believe in. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Such a pleasure to meet you.
So much.
You were amazing. You were amazing.
I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much. You can make your way out now. We have just wrapped up the masterclass, The Power of
carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we invite you to not only look, but to feel, to walk through moments that have shaped fashion at GTCO Fashion Weekend, to take in the details, the textures, and the iconic looks. See how far fashion has come. Imagine where to go next and how far we can go together. GTCO Fashion Weekend, always a good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we invite you to not only look, but to feel, to walk through moments that have shaped fashion at GTCO Fashion Weekend, to take in the details, the textures, and the iconic looks. See how far fashion has come. Imagine where to go next and how far we can go together. GTCO Fashion Weekend, always a good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we invite you to not only look, but to feel, to walk through moments that have shaped fashion at GTCO Fashion Weekend, to take in the details, the textures, and the iconic looks. See how far fashion has come. Imagine where to go next and how far we can go together. GTCO Fashion Weekend, always a good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we invite you to not only look, but to feel, to walk through moments that have shaped fashion at GTCO Fashion Weekend, to take in the details, the textures, and the iconic looks. See how far fashion has come. Imagine where to go next and how far we can go together. GTCO Fashion Weekend, always a good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we invite you to not only look, but to feel, to walk through moments that have shaped fashion at GTCO Fashion Weekend, to take in the details, the textures, and the iconic looks. See how far fashion has come. Imagine where to go next and how far we can go together. GTCO Fashion Weekend, always a good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from.
How's everybody feeling this evening? Good? Fantastic. So welcome to GTCO Fashion Weekend. This is the first day, 2025. Woo! You guys don't seem very excited, and it's an exciting time. How's everybody doing? Great. Everybody's looking very fashionable, very stylish. I like it. I like it. This is the Lagos way. So keep it up, everybody. So, welcome to GTCO Fashion Weekend 2025. The fashion industry it's not just clothes. It's more than clothes. There's hair, there's makeup, there's skincare. And for this masterclass today, we have somebody very special to come and teach us and give us some insights on how to build a makeup brand from zero to a multi-million-dollar business. We have somebody very special. She is amazing, and I want you to give a really warm GTCO welcome, a really warm Lagos welcome to Melissa Butler, the founder of the Lip Bar. And she's come here all the way from Detroit, Michigan. So can we keep clapping till we see Melissa? Melissa, 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 yay! Welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome to Lagos, welcome to GTCO.
Thank you for having me.
Cool, you can sit over here.
Oh.
Great, you can sit over here. Welcome. Can we have a big round of applause for Melissa? She's come all the way. Still a little bit jet lagged, but she's trying. She's trying.
Kilashele Lagos.
Hey.
I'm so excited to be here. Thank
so
you
nice
so much for having me.
It's so nice to see you. So how's Lagos? How long have you been in Lagos?
Oh, honestly, it feels like a year. But I have been here only 3 days, and in those 3 days, I have done so much.
Yep,
I
that's
have
Lagos.
been to the beach. I have been to Mr. Panther. I have been to Alara. Just all of the great gems in Lagos, and it has been incredible.
Oh, that's nice. This is your first time in Lagos?
This is my first time ever in Lagos.
Welcome, welcome. And you're loving it so far?
I'm loving it.
Okay, you have to come back.
The food is amazing.
Nice.
The people are beautiful.
Thank
They're incredibly nice, but the thing that surprised me most is the fact that you guys are so fabulous. Listen, I didn't know what I was going to wear to this master class, and I was just like, wait a minute. If I'm going to Lagos, I really got to dress up. I really got to show up. Like, I have to look like I'm going to be on the stage. Because, Lord, like, you women are so beautiful. You guys dress so intentionally. And I am enamored by your beauty.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. This means you can come back. We're going to let you in the next time you come.
Coming back. I'm absolutely coming back.
Nice. Okay, so we're going to get straight into it because there's lots to get into. We're going to talk about your business. We have a live demo of the products. There's some products that she brought. And the first 50 people that got in line have got some of the products in their gift bags. So she's brought some goodies for us all the way, and we're really excited and thankful for that. So Melissa, you've really, really built this brand from the kitchen up because you started in your kitchen. How did this come about? Why did you start it? Was it because you couldn't find products for your vegan lifestyle? Like, how did it come about?
No, so I'm not even a vegan.
Oh.
Like, to be clear, I'm not a vegan. I started the Lip Bar because I was so frustrated with the beauty industry.
Oh.
Its lack of diversity, its excessive amounts of chemicals. So I live in Detroit, Michigan, in the USA. And in the USA, Black people are roughly 15% of the population. And so when you go into beauty stores, oftentimes you will see that Black beauty is not typically the standard of beauty. But I know that my Black is beautiful. I know that your Black is beautiful.
Exactly.
But I didn't see that representation.
I
And
see.
that lack of representation drove me insane. And I think the best businesses always start from solving a problem.
Exactly.
And the problem that I saw in the market was that, number one, Black women, brown women, Asian women were not being centered in the world of beauty. Everyone thought that you needed to have a very Eurocentric identity and appearance in order to be considered societally beautiful. And I was like, no, no, because I know that I'm beautiful. I know that I come from a bevy of beautiful women. Like, I know the beauty that I saw as soon as I stepped off the plane in Lagos. So I wanted to create something that really reflected the beauty that I knew, but I didn't see.
Oh, okay. So how was it when you were growing up? Were you really like empowered? You know, some people grow up in like areas where there are not a lot of Black people, so they're a little bit shy about their Blackness, and they're shy about, you know, feeling beautiful. Was that how you grew up, or?
No, so I grew up in a very Black environment.
Okay.
Detroit is one of the most Black cities in the entire United States of America.
All right.
I know that that's less relevant for Lagos because you guys are surrounded by beautiful Black people all day, but in a city like Detroit being almost 80% Black, that is rare in the United States of America. When you guys think of the West, part of the reason you see, you know, the blonde hair, blue eyes is because a lot of America does not look like this room. And so I was very fortunate enough to grow up in a neighborhood and with a family of people who looked like me. So it was very easy for me to find role models. It was very easy for me to find the beauty standard that I could identify with. But when I went out into the real world, I moved to New York. I'm working on Wall Street. You know, I'm out I'm out and about learning, becoming an adult, I'm realizing that a lot of my peers didn't have high self-esteem because the world did not look like them.
Okay.
And so I was fortunate, again, because I grew up in Detroit, Michigan,
Yeah.
but that's not what the reality of the United States is.
Okay, so I think you created this brand to try and get people to see that black is fantastic. You know?
Oh, absolutely.
Black is
To
beautiful.
remind them.
Yeah.
Because I think we all know that we are individually and uniquely made.
Yeah.
We all know that we are beautiful. We all know that we all have something unique and special within us. But sometimes you go out in the world and you get knocked down.
Yeah.
Or you try something and you actually fail. And then you forget about your beauty. You forget about your excellence. You forget about the courage that you have innate within you that says, I can do more. I am good enough.
Yeah.
I can get up and try again.
Try again.
And so it's that's allowed the Lip Bar to sustain for 13 years. We are one of the most prominent makeup companies in the U.S.
Well done, well done.
And it's because I set out to solve a very important problem, and it's because I stuck with it, frankly.
Yeah.
Nothing happens overnight, so this is 13 years in the making.
This is your overnight success is 13 years in the making, basically. All right. You said something about working on Wall Street. That's so you have like a finance background. Did that help getting your hands dirty in the inception stage, like the grits?
You know what's really interesting? People assume that working on Wall Street was so difficult, that working on Wall Street was going to be the pinnacle of my success. I remember when I told my mother that I was quitting my job to work on Wall Street. She was like, well, who is going to pay your bills? Like, what do you mean you're going to quit? You have reached a level of success that you're supposed to stick with. And so working on Wall Street, I learned very quickly how to sell myself.
Yeah.
Because I think as a business owner, the most important quality that you have to have is the ability to sell your product, your service, to be convincing, to be succinct. So that's what I learned on Wall Street. It was less about the financials. It was less about learning how to operate a business and more about how to present yourself.
Interesting.
That is what I learned. And I learned that sometimes people won't understand your vision. People won't understand your idea, but it doesn't mean that you should stop your idea, and it doesn't mean that you shouldn't continue to try.
Yeah.
And on Wall Street, you are typically trying to convince your boss that, you know, you can take on this project, that you can do this work, that you deserve more responsibility, so ultimately you can get more pay. Because everyone, if you work on Wall Street, you are there to make the money, to be clear. And so your goal is to continue to climb that ladder. And without the ability to persuade your peers or your bosses to understand that you are ready and willing to take on more work, it is going to be very difficult to climb a corporate ladder. And that skill set I was able to take into my business.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I can see that, because building a business and being an entrepreneur is a lot. So you need the grit that you've collected.
Yeah, because
from your work.
You're constantly trying to convince your customers.
Yeah.
Let's say you have a small business and people are walking by, or even right now, you go out on the floor and people are walking by, they want you to stop at their booth. They want you to stop at their stall, and there's so much for you to look out there. There's so many distractions. So it is their job to let you know why they should stop. Why you should stop. Like, why should you care about the product or service that they are providing? And that is one of the most important characteristics of a founder, because you have to be both persuasive and convincing to let someone know why they should care about your product or service. Like today we are spending so much time on social media. How many of y'all are on social media?
Everybody.
Everyone is on social media. And so what are you doing? Constantly throughout the day, you're scrolling. You might look at a post for only 6 seconds. what makes you stop and stay and listen to everything that person says is because you found or you believe that there was something in it for you.
Yeah.
And as a business owner, it is your responsibility to make sure that your customers know what's in it for them. And that is a skill set that cannot be taught. Like, you can read 1,000,000 books, but until you try it, nothing will ever stick. It's like thinking that you can learn to swim from looking at water.
You have to get in.
You have to apply the lesson.
You have to get in. You have to get in. Oh, that's very good insights, you guys. Very good insights. Yeah. That's a round of applause for that. I hope you wrote that down. I hope you wrote it down. It's very good insight. So when you started the lip bar, what was your vision? Did you think you were going to, sell thousands and thousands of, lip products? Or did you think that it was, you were just going to serve this niche community and just, see how it happens? Was your goal to, be a multi-million-dollar business? Or what was your mindset?
Well, there are two types of businesses. So there is what is considered a lifestyle business, and then there's what is considered a scalable business. A lifestyle business is one that you and your family might operate. You don't ever need to raise any money. You want to just continue to operate to pay for the life that you live. That is why it's called a lifestyle business. So day in and day out, you're able to take those dollars, choose if you're going to reinvest it in your business, choose if you're going to use it to buy a car or a home. So a lot of hairstylists and makeup artists, they are all business owners. They are operating lifestyle businesses, or nail techs, lifestyle businesses. Now, if you are looking to build a scalable business, that's going to take a lot more people. You will need a very specific skill set. You may need to raise capital for the dollars that you need in order to truly grow the business. And you have to be honest with yourself in order to grow a scalable business. So what do you have to be honest about? What you're good at. So I am really honest. Even though I worked on Wall Street, I am not the best person in my company to run the numbers. There is an accountant, there is a licensed CPA who can run my numbers far better than me. There is a VP of finance or a CFO who can do our profit and loss statements far better than I ever could. And I had to take my ego out of it to say, okay, I want to scale my business. Yeah, I've worked on Wall Street, but it's better to worry about, or it's better to have the confidence that what you're doing is right as opposed to the idea of you being right. So scaling a business requires you to let go of some of your responsibility. And that's really hard for a small business owner, especially when you built a business in the way I built mine. The first 3 years of the Lip Bar, every single product I made with my bare hands.
Oh, wow.
Literally in my kitchen. And so I was used to doing everything. I was making the lipstick. I was responding to customer service orders. I was posting on Instagram. I was thinking about new colors to make. I was doing every single part of the business. So that's why we entitled this Scaling, or going from zero to scaling to multi-million dollars, because I started at zero. I started in my kitchen. And oftentimes people think that they need so much to start. You think that you need to have the degree, you think that you need to have the money, you think that you need to have the team, and sometimes you really just need to have the curiosity to say, I'm gonna try it, I'm gonna be willing to fail and get it wrong so that I can learn from that failure and get it right the next time.
That's so amazing. That's really good insights. Because I was going to ask, at the beginning of the business, you're the chemist, you're the administrator, you're the finance person. How did you keep your mental health in check during those times? Because everybody or everything is pulling you left, right, and center, and you can go crazy.
Girl, you know what's interesting? It was easier in the early days.
Interesting.
It was easier when we had less employees, when we had less to lose. Now, we have scaled so much. Now we're in retail stores, we're in Targets and Walmart stores across the country. And we have a very robust direct-to-consumer business. And so now I think it's harder to keep the mental intact because there is a fear of losing. There is a fear of getting it wrong because now getting it wrong has deeper consequences
There's more people
than getting it wrong in those early days. In the early days, I wasn't thinking about my mental. I was thinking about learning. I was so excited to learn and get better. And so I think those first 3 to 5 years of the company, I was so excited to figure it out that was the adrenaline that kept me going. And there was not even a concern for my mental. When I tell you I was putting myself last in my own life, I absolutely meant it. Today, now I'm like, okay, Melissa, you have to be balanced. Now I'm like, okay, you have a team. You have to trust said team members. You have to let it go. You have to remind yourself that you're a human and that, you know, you are more than just the business that you built or your accomplishments. So mental health, I think, is more of a consideration today than it ever was in the early years.
So we're going to segue a little bit. What are the things that you do now that you have like lots of employees to keep yourself, you know, mentally stable? What are the like hobbies? What are the things you like to do?
I work out. I journal. I journal because sometimes you can't really talk to your employees or your family, or when you find yourself building a business, what you'll understand is that if you are not surrounded by other entrepreneurs, people won't really understand what you're going through. When you have to sacrifice and say, I'm not gonna go hang out with you, I'm not gonna go to the club, I'm not gonna go to the restaurant because I'm saving all of my money to put all of my money back into my business. Your friends will think that you're insane. They'll be like, she's no fun. she's no fun, but you have to have that tunnel vision that says, I'm willing to sacrifice today so that my tomorrow, that my future looks so much brighter than it does right now. And so like, I have found that journaling was so helpful because especially in the early days, I had no one to talk to. And so instead of holding on to all of the stress or holding on to the loneliness that is typically accompanied by being a small business owner, I would just write it down. This person got on my nerves today. This person did not support me in the way I wanted them to support. Or I tried this experiment and it did not work. And instead of relying on other people to be that shoulder to lean on or to listen to your complaints, I would put it in my journal. Because you have to release it. You can't keep it in your body. Like, stress literally does kill you. So you have to release it. Now, do you have to release it verbally? Maybe not. So I have found that journaling worked for me, working out works for me, and just being comfortable with saying no. Or being comfortable with the fact that, like, okay, well, you know, maybe that's not my path. It's really easy in today's society to be jealous of someone. To look at someone else's success and say, man, why couldn't that be me? Dang, why did that happen for her? And so I try really hard to not sit in those moments of envy because that will also kill you. And so whenever I feel something, I acknowledge it. Whenever I feel any sort of stress or tension in my body, I acknowledge it and then I figure out what to do with it. Am I gonna work it off? Am I gonna write it in my journal? Am I gonna meditate on it? Or am I gonna action it? Because some things you gotta do something about it. Some things it's not just like you gotta write it down and it goes away. Some things are like, okay, I need to make a change or I need to address it. So moral of the story is I deal with the balance and the stress of entrepreneurship by being honest with myself in terms of what do I need in that moment.
Okay. Did you lose like friends, and how did your family support you in this in building this business?
I didn't lose friends, but I had to pause some friendships.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, like there were times where I'm like, look, I'm not available in the group chat. I'm not responding in the group chat today. I can't. I know there are 760 unread messages. I don't have the capacity to catch up on it.
You just muted the group
Yeah,
chat?
you just mute it. And then you tell them, hey guys, I won't be around for a little while. But my friends, because they understood what I was trying to do, because I shared my vision with them, because I shared the journey, they were willing to wait, essentially. They were like, she's busy, I respect that, as opposed to me not communicating what I was doing and then them being upset about it.
I see, I see.
And my family, I mean, my family, they've always supported me. They thought I was crazy. They all thought I was crazy. Because I've been an entrepreneur for 13 years. Being an entrepreneur is very cool right now. 13 years ago, 14 years ago when I was starting it, it was not cool. It was like, girl, what the hell are you doing? What are you doing, and why do you think this is gonna work? But you have to believe in your dreams so fiercely that even when your mother is telling you that you should go back to work, that you're like, nah, ma, I feel it in my belly. I have to go after this.
It's very like, yeah. It's very like Nigerian parents are also very like, look, I don't know what you're trying to do. That is not this work that you're supposed to be doing. You better focus. But you have to have that belief in your gut that, you know, this is going to be amazing. I have to focus all my energy into it and make it amazing. So we're going to go back a little bit. When you started, you were working on Wall Street. How were you able to balance your actual 9 to 7 job or 9 to 9 job with being an entrepreneur and starting up this business? How were you able to balance that? And at what point did you decide, you know what, I'm just going to face this lipsticks and move on?
I really don't want to tell y'all this, honestly, because I don't want y'all to think that I'm condoning this. Because I'm not, because it is unhealthy. I just wasn't sleeping. I was sleeping like 3-4 hours a night and then getting back up because I was so pumped up. Hated my job. Oh, I hated my job. And I think that a lot of people don't like their jobs. I think that's very normal. I hated my job, but I saw my job as a means to an end. I knew that my job would finance my dreams. And so I was comfortable working the job because I knew I needed the money to pay for the business.
Yeah.
And then at the point in which I launched the company and we started making a little bit of money, when I tell you it was not paying for my life, but I saved a ton of money and we started making a little bit of money, I quit my job. I quit my job. I was living in New York City and I had what I thought was a year's worth of savings saved up. That stuff ran out in 6 months, y'all. And guess what? Me and my roommate, who is my partner and our chief creative officer, we started Airbnb-ing her bedroom.
Oh, wow.
We let strangers move into our house. We Airbnb'd her room. She moved into my bedroom so that we could pay the bills. So when I tell you I built this from nothing, brick by brick, I actually mean it.
No, that's great right there. Were you not scared of like the random people in your house all the time?
I was a little scared. We tried to do the long-term rentals, like, okay, you have to stay at least a month. You know, and we would interview them, and you know, and luckily we didn't have any crazy folks, but it could have gotten crazy.
Yeah.
But I think that we believed in it so staunchly that we were like, it's worth the risk. Every single hurdle that came in front of us. No matter, you know, if it was money, no matter if it was skill set, we knew that we didn't know how to do it. Like, I knew that I didn't know how to make lipstick in their kitchen. No one just knows how to do that.
Do stuff,
But I was like, I'm gonna learn. And that's what it takes. Like, now, 13 years later, I can say I'm a successful business owner and we're in all of these retail stores and, you know, and we've made all of this money, but we didn't make money for the first 6 years. But we stayed with it because I knew it was just one more unlock away. Because I knew that if we just kept going and kept iterating to get a little bit better over time, the market would catch up. Over time, our skill sets would catch up. Over time, the investors would catch up. And so sometimes your vision may not be clear to even you in the immediate, but you have to be willing to pivot in order to get to the final journey.
So Melissa and her friend, when she was starting this business, went on Shark Tank. I don't know if you guys know Shark Tank. They went on Shark Tank to try and raise money. And you know what? I'm going to ask her to just tell us how that went, because it was a pretty brutal experience, honestly.
How many of you know what Shark Tank is? Okay, lovely. So Shark Tank is a show for those of you who don't know. You go on there, it's basically a business competition. You go on there and you tell your story and you pitch your business. And when you pitch your business, you tell them why it's so amazing, why you're the person to do it, how much money you need to really grow your business, and then you wait. You wait for their feedback, you get their questions, and immediately they were like, this is a terrible idea. Your business will never grow. You're gonna fail. Maybe you should make dresses instead.
Oh, wow.
They completely discounted the idea, they completely discounted the business, and when we left, we were devastated. Devastated. But not devastated enough to stop.
That's fantastic. Because honestly, if somebody called me a colorful cockroach on international television, I would quit. I'd be like, you know what, I'm going back to my day job. At least they don't call me derogatory terms. Imagine that. So how long did you guys cry for? Because the tears would be flowing for like at least 2 weeks.
No, we cried for maybe 10 minutes.
Oh, wow, okay.
We cried, and it was really me. I was boo-hoo crying. Because at first when you start a business, you are really thinking about, how do I scale this? Like, you know, how can I change my life? How can I change the life for my family, for my friends, etc.? And so you had all of these very skilled business people. You know, some of these people were billionaires. Some of them had launched and grown several high-quality companies. And so if all of them are telling me that my idea isn't good enough, you know, it's easy to say, maybe they're right. Maybe my idea isn't good enough. Maybe I'm not the person to grow my business. Maybe it won't work. It's much easier to do that because you have these people telling you to
because
stop.
they're experienced. You think that they know everything, you know?
But after that 10 minutes of crying, girl, I was like, okay, they didn't get it. What did I do wrong? So I started being very honest. Again, honesty is the theme of today. I was like, okay, well, what did I do wrong? My pitch wasn't that great. My pitch wasn't succinct. Okay, maybe that's why they didn't get it. Also, they were not my target audience. I was creating a product that were for primarily women of color.
And there are no women of color on
and
that
there
panel.
was not a single woman of color in the audience. And so, of course, they're not going to get it. And in that moment, I made the determination that, like, you have to speak to your audience in order for them to really understand the mission. Otherwise, your story will always fall on deaf ears. Beyond that, I was like, well, I'm not starting my business for them, so I'm not going to quit my business for them. And that was the moment when I decided that there would never be anything outside of my actual control, but also outside of my actual vision for my life that would control my life. At the end of the day, you have to be the author of your own story. You have to decide that you have to be okay with deciding that some things are going to be a chapter and some things are going to be your full story. And in that moment, I knew that that was just a chapter and that I could continue writing the book and be the author of my story. And that's what I did. And so when we celebrated our 10th anniversary, we put up a billboard, or we put up billboards in all of our largest markets. And it was so petty, y'all. It said,
I love it.
Mr. Wonderful told us to quit. You know, 10 years and 10 million units later, thanks, Mr. Wonderful.
That's fantastic. So In hindsight, do you think that going on Shark Tank, even though they rubbished your idea, do you think that it was a blessing in disguise?
Oh, it was the biggest blessing
Yeah.
because we would have never been able to pay for that marketing. And so when I think about Shark Tank right now, when people are like, well, I would have given up, how did you keep going? Because the reality is Shark Tank ended up allowing us to build our community. And that is the most important thing you need to have if you are trying to build a business. You need to have a community of people who see themselves in your story, who see themselves in your business, your product, your service. Because those are the people who are ultimately going to tell their friends about it, who are going to tell their aunties about it, who are going to share it on social media. Those are the people who will give you the feedback that you actually need to continue to grow. And so it was such a blessing because we would have never gotten the exposure otherwise.
Well done. Well done. So how have you been able to stay relevant in the 13 years since the business started? Because 13 years is a long time. That's a whole teenager you have.
Girl, it's a third of my life. I'm like, I cannot believe I'm still doing this. I cannot believe I've been doing this for so long. And relevance that's a really good question because we know that the beauty industry is very trendy.
Exactly. We're always looking for the next best thing.
Yeah. The beauty industry is very similar to fashion in that we train people to like shiny things. It's like, oh my God, I love this lip gloss. Oh, but wait, there's a new one. Like, we are not loyal to any beauty product. You will buy it at any price point. You will buy it at any store.
Yep.
And so we had to accept that very early on, that our customers are not here for a lifetime. They're here for a good time. And so we make sure that we show it with high quality products every single day. We're known for our long lasting colors. We tell people, if you go to sleep in it, you'll wake up in it. And so even though I started the business to solve a specific problem, the way we approach product innovation is also product solution. So our customers are very booked and busy. They're dynamic women, they're moms, they're wives, they have a side hustle. She typically doesn't want to have to reapply her makeup throughout the day. And so that is something that we speak to. That is a problem that we're actually solving for her. And then we lean into our community to understand what they want. If you are a small business owner, you should absolutely be surveying your customers. I don't care if you have 2 customers. Ask them if they liked it. Ask them how you can improve the product. Ask them anything that will help you get better. So what else are they looking for? Where else are they shopping so you understand what your competitive set looks like? So you really want to get into the psyche of your customers so that you can actually produce better products for them. And I think that our willingness to go deep with our customers is what allowed us to stay relevant for the past 13 years.
Okay, well done.
Because, you know, the reality is I could just produce stuff that I like.
There's also that.
But I'm not the only customer. There are things that I like that some of my customers don't like, or even my team. There are products that I do not like that we sell. And I'm like, that's not my favorite product, but I know that there is a customer who is going to love that. So you have to be really comfortable with, again, like I said earlier, it's not about who's right. It's not about me. It's about that we are showing up in the best possible way for our customer, and that is how you create longevity within your business.
Nice, nice. Well done, well done. So what advice would you have to give to somebody who's just starting out? They have decided that there's something that is bubbling up inside them, and they have to show the world. Like, what advice would you have for somebody just starting out in the makeup business?
Well, any business at all. It could be makeup, it could be skincare, it could be tech. It literally doesn't matter. Day one, what you're going to do is deep research. And now with, you know, all of the AI and the internet and all of the people who have built billion-dollar businesses within a variety of industries, you want to do deep research. What did they do? How did it work? What didn't work? You also want to understand how your business, your service, your idea is actually going to be different from the market. Why does the market actually need your idea? Does the market need your idea? So just because you like something doesn't mean that that's a business. Just because there is a gap that you believe that there's a gap doesn't mean it's a business. So your first step is going to be to do the research to understand if there is a market. When I say if there's a market, is there an end user? Is there someone who is willing to give you money to buy what you have? You have to be very clear on that. And then you have to be clear on why they would give you the money as opposed to your competition. Those are the two most important things, and that is not something that you should spend 5 minutes on. That is something you should spend months on, agonizing, understand how you are actually going to stand out in the market if you start a business. Because starting a business changes you.
Yeah.
Like when you start the business, you understand that not only are you growing the business, but you're growing yourself. You're determining how you show up in the world. You're determining who you want to be as a leader. You're determining how you want to even pricing your items. Like, who are you going after? Are you trying to create an economical solution, or are you going for status?
Yeah.
Those are two completely different things. So you have to be clear about who you are, who you're serving, and why they should care about your product. After all of that is set, your next most important thing is to build a community on social media. The lip bar would not be here today without social media, because social media is the fastest, the easiest, and the cheapest way to reach
out to
millions
people.
of customers.
Yeah.
But you guys are lucky because you guys are in Lagos. Like, I live in a small city where there are only 750,000 people. There are 22 million people here.
That's a lot of us.
You guys don't even have to leave your backyards in order to be successful. So I know we are oftentimes looking at businesses in the West.
Yeah.
But businesses in the West are always looking elsewhere because we don't have the numbers.
Yeah.
So I want you guys to be very comfortable with starting exactly where you are, right here, with exactly what you have. And then you test and learn into it, and you build your community on social media, and you will figure out what they need and what they want to hear from you in order for you to service them better.
Okay. Very good advice. Very good advice. So, what mistakes did you make when you were starting out that you don't want people to make at all?
Okay, I'm gonna say something that's a little tricky. Hiring friends and family, it can be rough. It can be tough. I've had to fire my cousins.
Oh my gosh.
I've had to fire friends like that. It's because you're emotionally connected.
And it's
when
hard.
you're building a business, sometimes emotion comes along with that.
Yeah.
But ultimately, the emotion can't get in the way of your progress. And so you have to be able to draw a line of delineation if you are going to hire friends and family. But that was one of my early mistakes, because managing people is actually harder than managing the business. Once you guys start and grow your businesses, you will learn that, and you will know exactly why. Because you're only one person, but you are having to appeal to many personalities and things that are important to different people. So what I find that young people, they want to grow. They want to continue to learn.
Yeah.
Older people don't want change.
Yep.
They want things to stay exactly the same. Whereas some people are like, okay, well, I just want money. So there are different personalities that you are having to appeal to on any given day. And so managing people and knowing that anybody could be a CEO, anyone can start a business tomorrow, but it takes a lot of time and effort and an intentionality to be a true leader. And so mind your people. Mind your people.
Mind your people.
And then I didn't make this mistake, but a lot of founders make the mistake of not knowing their numbers. A lot of people start businesses and just say like, you know, oh, I want to start a lip gloss line, so I'm going to be priced similar to Fenty. Why?
Yeah.
You don't know her numbers. You don't know how much it costs to make that product. You don't know how much they're paying people for payroll. You don't know what packaging or shipping and freight costs. So don't be afraid of knowing your numbers. And if you are not a person who's good at numbers, that's okay. Bring on a partner or hire someone who is good with numbers. And you may not be ready to hire someone today. That's okay. Either you're going to learn, or maybe that is when you call in the family friend who is actually good with numbers. But you have to create that line of delineation. But that's the biggest thing. So many people are afraid of their numbers. They're selling products, they don't know exactly how much it costs. They are selling products where they don't know the margin. They're running businesses, the businesses are not profitable because they are not properly accounting for all of their expenses.
Yeah.
So you do not have a business if you do not know your cost structure. So do not be afraid of your numbers.
All right, so we are going to take a few questions from the audience. And after the questions, we're going to do a live demo of the products. We have a couple models here. She's going to put them on the model so you can see how they actually look on people. So we're going to take about 5 questions, and then we can move on to the demo. Oh, okay. We have lots of hands. We'll see if we can get a microphone. Can we get a microphone? All right, we're getting a microphone, and we're going to take questions. Oh, there's lots of hands up.
Questions.
Lots of questions.
And you
lots
guys
of
can ask me anything. I am an open book.
Okay, there's somebody right there. She's over there. Yes.
Thank you. Hi, Melissa. My name is Kairat, and my question for you today is, as a woman of color in the United States, how were you able to navigate the beauty market, most especially the lip part of the beauty, considering the fact that we humans, we have different shades of color? How did you make your beauty stand out, your beauty products stand out? And at what point did you realize you become successful? And also...
Oh, that's a lot of questions.
I'm sorry, this is not a question, by the way. I didn't get to get one of your products, as I'm not part of the first 50 people. I don't know if I would like if I can get your products, one of your products.
Well, okay, we're going to take your first 2 questions.
All right.
So that other people can ask as well.
All right.
So one of your questions is how
was
how
she
do we
able to
stand out?
navigate the lip part of the beauty, considering the fact that we human beings, we have different shades of skin color?
Okay. So how are you able to figure out what works in the products? Because everybody's lips have like different tones, basically.
Yeah, I'll answer 2 of your questions because I also heard the what makes us stand out.
Yeah.
Because they're kind of one and the same. So when we first launched the company in 2012, everyone was wearing boring makeup. Yeah. And I know that that's probably not true for Lagos because, again, you guys are fabulous. But in the States, honey, they were only wearing nudes. And not the cute nudes that we wear right now, girl. I'm talking about boring. And so what I did to stand out in the market was created products that no one else had on the market. I'm talking about, we launched with green and purple and blue and mustard lipstick. It looked insane, but it looked very fashionable, especially if you had a monochromatic look. So a lot of people were coming to us because if you wore a blue lipstick and you walked outside, everyone would be like,
where did you get that from? Like, oh.
It's like, man, she is confident, but also, where did you get that from? So since day one, the lip bar has always sold confidence. It's literally not about the makeup. We have always just tried to remind people that they are enough. And by saying you are enough, we are really trying to allow our customers to internalize the idea of you can do whatever you want to do, whether it's wear blue lipstick or red lipstick or no lipstick, you are equally as beautiful. And so we launched and we stood out by making a very specific statement. In terms of how do we make sure that the products look good on everyone, here's the gag, y'all. You know when, as a black person, you try on a makeup item and it just doesn't even show up on your skin? You put on a pink blush and you can't even see it on your cheek?
Yeah, of course.
That's because they don't care. Because it's actually very easy to make a product that will show up on all of our skin tones.
Exactly.
You just need to add a little bit more pigment. But typically people don't want to pay for the additional pigment, and so we create highly pigmented products that will look good on you, no matter if you're light skin or dark skin.
Yeah. Cool. So the second question is, at what point, because you said it took you 6 years for you to finally realize that, it took you 6 years of being in the business, and you realize that you haven't gotten to the point that you felt like, okay, that was it. At what point did you realize that, this my business has finally become something? I'm definitely made my name a brand.
So at what point did I realize I was successful?
Successful, yeah.
I think it's when I'm in public and people are coming up to me and pulling the lip bar out of their purses.
Oh, nice.
Like, it makes me so happy. It makes me want to cry. I think the first time it ever happened, I did cry. And so, yeah, it's when people are telling me that, you know, they are more confident because of the products that I make for them.
Yeah. Nice. I'm still hoping I get it put up, by the way. Thank you.
All right, next person. We're going to go all the way to the end there. The lady with the black sleeve in the back. All right.
Hello, Melissa. My name is Promise. So the question I want to ask is, you said you started your brand in 2012. How did you figure out your price strategy? How did you give a right pricing to each product that you made?
Okay. How did you figure out your pricing in 2012? Have you had to, like, you know, with the inflation and stuff, have you had to increase pricing? How has it been profitable, basically?
That is such a great question, because when we first launched, our lipsticks were more expensive.
Oh.
So when we first launched in 2012, every single item was $20 US.
Okay.
And we probably kept that price point for 2 years. And then I started doing more research on our customers. And what I found is that our customers had a lower median income.
Okay.
And we reduced our products by, the pricing of our products by almost half.
Oh, wow.
We went from $20 to $12.
Oh, wow.
Because I really wanted to make sure that I was showing up for my community, because that's who I started the business for. So I'm like, if they can't afford it, then I'm not
Then
making it.
Yeah, exactly.
And so we took a big hit on our margin. But it ended up being a blessing, because after we reduced our pricing, that opened up a whole world of retail options.
Yeah.
After that, we then launched in Target. At $20, there's no lipstick in Target that was $20, especially not in 2012.
Yeah.
So I really just determined pricing in the beginning off of vibes. It was terrible. But that's why I tell you, like, you should know your financials and really know your pricing. I thought that we should have been positioned that way initially. And then after doing more research, I completely changed our pricing strategy. And now, because, you know, we have a lunatic of a president in the United States, our pricing has unfortunately gone up. We tried really hard to not make the increase a lot. So it's gone up just by $1 on a small category of our product. So it wasn't a global increase. It was really on 2 different product categories, that's all.
All right.
But great question.
All right, we're going to take 2 more questions, and then we're going to go into the lip demo. Okay, there's a lady right in front here. Nobody in the middle? Okay, we're going to go to somebody in the middle, but the lady wearing pink right here.
Good evening. My name is Edwina, and my question is, how do you deal with a possible fear of failure? Because I know that as creative people, there tends to be this thing you do where you plan and you plan and you plan for perfection, but logically perfection isn't possible, and you end up not doing anything because you're stuck in the planning phase. And a lot of it comes down to, I'm scared to not do as well as I think I will. So how do you navigate that possible fear of failure?
Oh my God, that is such a good question, because the fear of failure prevents so many people from starting.
Yeah.
And so the first thing I would say to you is, why are you afraid of failing? Is it because you're afraid of disappointing yourself, or are you afraid of failing in front of other people? And what I have found is that more often than not, it's the latter. People are afraid of failing publicly. Well, I went on national TV and I failed very publicly. Millions of people saw me get rejected on Shark Tank. But ultimately, because I kept writing my story, millions of people saw me pick back up and continue to go, and now millions of people are praising the resilience of it all. And so I would say to you, you have to be really clear about who you are more pressed to impress. Like, do you want to impress yourself today? Or do you want to impress your future self that's going to be proud that you kept going after you failed? Because here's the thing with entrepreneurship. You are going to fail. I fail every single day in some capacity. Failure is not a bad thing. Failure is a great thing because you get to fail forward. You get to learn from your failures because ultimately if you learn, you are actually better than you were before the failure. So you have to internalize that. Like, getting something wrong just now lets you know what not to do next time. It doesn't have to be the end of your story. Please don't make it be the end of your story. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to the lady in the middle that's wearing green. And then after her, we'll take one more question, and then we'll go into the demos.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Joeri Agberungbe.
Yeah.
When you were answering the question that other lady asked there about the price, you said you slashed your price into half. So at that point in time, were you able to make your happy price? Because as an entrepreneurship, we are focused on making our happy price.
So we had, so beauty specifically, like skincare, makeup, hair products has very high margin.
Okay.
And so you have, again, you have to know your numbers. And so I'm gonna give you guys a secret. Let's say, I'll tell the Lip Bar's numbers, but I'll tell you other brands too.
Yeah.
The average lipstick, the packaging is typically more expensive than the actual product.
Oh, wow.
So if you look at the Lip Bar, our product is more expensive than the packaging, but if you look at Dior or Fenty, these products that are very popular globally, oftentimes the packaging is what is driving the pricing. Whenever you pick up a lipstick and it feels a little heavy, or if you pick up a squeeze tube and it's just plastic and you push it out, maybe that squeeze tube costs 20 cents, US dollars. So the average price of a lipstick is typically no more than $3.
Interesting.
But typically it is sold for $15, $20. You know, if you are a luxury brand, Louis Vuitton just launched a lipstick that costs $160 US dollars. It probably only costs $4 to make. And so this is me being transparent because typically the items that you're buying in the stores do not cost the retail. What you're paying when you buy a product is you're paying for the lights, you're paying for the employees,
for the rent.
You're paying for the rent,
the
you're paying for the packaging, you're paying for the ability for them to market that product to you. It doesn't cost a lot to make, especially if people are sourcing from places like China. And we know that most things are still made in China. And so it was easier for us to reduce the price because I said, what's more important, me serving my community or me having a higher margin? And I picked my community.
All right. Okay, we have a lady over there wearing yellow and black. And then we'll take a question from the guy that's sitting with the do-rag. And then we'll go into the demos. He's on the other side. Just look, yeah, there you go. All right.
Okay, hello, good evening. My name is Sarah. So my question is, as an entrepreneur, you have to do everything from your business by yourself when you're just starting. And so you have to learn how to be a good marketer. So my question is, how were you able to convince people enough to trust you enough to try your product? Even if you came in with something new, like new colors and everything, but like when you're just starting, people need a reason to trust you, especially when it comes to beauty products. There are so many products on the market, so why should they choose you?
Yeah, great question. And beyond the beauty industry, trust is the most important part of the equation. Like, if you have a business, you are in relationship with your customers. And so when you think of any relationship, the most important part of that relationship is trust. Well, how do you build trust? Through honesty and keeping your promises. So let's say you are launching hair extensions for braiding hair.
Yeah.
And you say, this product, this braiding hair, won't make you itch. Like right now,
Yeah.
like when I get braids, sometimes, I don't know if you guys experience this, sometimes the braids makes my scalp itch.
Yeah.
Because it's made from plastic.
Plastic,
So
yeah.
now a lot of hair braiding companies have launched anti-itch hair. Well, one time I bought anti-itch hair, or at least it was supposed to be,
Yeah.
and my scalp was still itching.
Oh.
I had to take the braids out because I didn't know that you could, you know, soak it in vinegar and get
get
the
the
itch
stuff
out.
off. Yeah.
But that then impacted my relationship with that brand because I bought it based on a promise. I bought that product based on the idea that it was going to solve a problem for me. Every business has to solve a problem. No matter if it is a fashion, a beauty, a tech business, you are solving a problem. And that problem is worth solving such that people are willing to pay you money to solve the problem. So first, you figure out which problem you're solving, and you understand who cares about this problem. What sort of people have this problem that need to be solved? So you have to speak to the right community. You have to give them the messaging that they're looking for to ensure that you are solving the problem. And then finally, you have to actually deliver the results. So at the Lip Bar, I was solving products, or I was solving problems that said, this will work well on your complexion, or this will last all day. And I made sure that my product actually delivered on the results.
All right, thank you. So one last question, and then we get into the demo. The guy with the do-rag in front, where's the microphone? Ooh. All right. Doing well.
Okay, thanks. Hi, Melissa. Good evening. My name is Ezekiel.
Hi, Ezekiel.
So, when you started out, you were living in the US as a black woman, and I'm sure you had a lot of problems because of your color. So, how were you able to decide on which of your problems to build a business around?
How did I decide which problems to solve?
Yes.
By talking to my customers. So right now, we have a lot of customers who we can ask, but those first days before we even launched, I knew the customer who I was looking to market to, and so I would just ask them. I would ask my friends and my family, like, what's your issue with the beauty industry right now? Literally, I would just call them up. What are you looking for in a lipstick? What would make your life easier? And typically people said, knowing that it's gonna work for my complexion, or that it's going to last long. So you have to be okay with asking the questions. You can form your own opinions. You should do your own deep research, and that should tell you where to go, but then ultimately you have to validate it by asking real potential customers if that is the problem, the most important problem that you should be solving. But it really just comes from building that relationship and having an open door of communication, because that's exactly what the business is. I'm constantly communicating with my customers. Like, people think that if you are an entrepreneur that you're the boss. It's like, oh, I want to be the boss, and that I don't want to have a boss. I have many bosses. All of my customers get to boss me around. My entire team gets to boss me around, because I constantly have to listen to what they are saying that they need. What does the customer need? You have to ask the question in order to get the answer.
All right, thank you so much, everybody. We're gonna go to the demos right now. So can we have the models on stage? I think maybe they can sit here, actually. I don't think we need...
To the young lady who asked how to make sure the colors look good, I'm going to show you all our bestseller in the entire company. So it It is called Boss Lady. That's going to be our grand finale. But we have worked incredibly hard to become home of the best reds. And we are home of the best reds because this particular product looks so good on every single complexion. I don't care if you are very light skin or very dark skin. I know that Boss Lady is going to look fantastic on you. But before I show you Boss Lady on our two lovely models, I'm going to show you guys a perfect new look for both of them. They're slightly different in complexion, and I'm going to show you two completely different nude looks. Because the reality is, my best nude is different from your best nude, is different from hers. Everyone has a unique undertone and complexion. And we have over 25 new lipsticks to make sure that everyone can feel comfortable creating and having their perfect nude. So I'm going to show you guys.
What do you need? I'm here to help.
Okay, so we'll start with these.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then I will take these.
All right.
Okay. So I am with the lovely and ever so beautiful Anu. And the key to a nude lip, having just like the most perfect nude lip that looks glamorous and very just like celebrity, Nollywood, is a lip liner. If you want to look amazing in a nude lip, ladies, you need a lip liner that is slightly darker than the center of your lips. And so this is a deep brown lip liner. It's infused with jojoba oil, so it's incredibly creamy. It's gonna go on as smooth as butter, and you'll see how pigmented it is.
Oh, wow.
And when you apply a liner, you get to choose if you're gonna overline or if you're gonna do your exact lip line. I am not gonna overline because Anu already has fantastic lips. And the key, one of my tricks is when you get in the corners, I always do the line a little thicker. Oh, I'm happy you guys can see this closely. Good. So she has nothing else on other than the liner. Do you see how it has completely shaped her lips? And do you see how it has completely allowed you to have more attention and focus on her lips?
Yeah.
That is why you always need a lip liner when you are looking to wear a nude lip. You don't always need a lip liner if you're doing something bold. That really is based on preference, but I do not recommend doing a nude lip without a liner. Next up, we're gonna do our soft kisses formula because everyone wants to give soft kisses. Now this color is called Bear Me. It's like a pinky nude, and sometimes pinky nudes don't show up on dark skin or it looks too white,
sometimes.
too bright,
Yeah,
ashy.
too ashy.
And who wants to look ashy? Not me. Hello? And this will just accent.
That's a very good color, actually. I like it already.
And this is one of our sheer formulas, so it's just a touch of color that gives that everyday elegance. I don't know about you guys, but when I do a nude lip, I like glossy nude lips. So we could stop right here, and this would be beautiful. But we gonna turn it up a little bit.
It's Lagos. More is more.
More is more.
More is
Exactly. So why not give a little gloss? So this is our gloss formula that's also filled with yummy ingredients like jojoba oil, coconut oil. So it's also a sheer formula. It's not as sheer as the lipstick. But look at how beautiful that is.
It's very pigmented, but it's also quite smooth.
When we put this on backstage, she was like, oh, I could wear that every day. And I was like, yes, girl. Like, look at how stunning that is. How many of you would wear this? I heard that.
Love it. How do they say it these days? Clock that T.
Clock that T. Okay, next up, we're going to do a separate nude lip on Tosin using the exact same formula. So we're going to go in with a liner that is slightly deeper than her lips. We're going to go in with our Soft Kisses formula in a completely different color, and then a gloss that's a different color as well. But it's the same premise. Like, do y'all see how deep and dark this liner is? Some companies don't even make liners this dark. And so if they don't patronize that company. Just go to one that does. And one of the hacks, some people just use eyeliner. I don't prefer eyeliner just because I think it's too black. It's too dark. Sometimes it's too harsh. So you want to go with a black brown if you have deeper skin.
So dark brown, you guys, not black for your lips.
And then this one is the shade Toasted. So this is going to be more of a chestnut brown. And I picked this color for her. So when I'm thinking about how to pick a perfect nude color, I always think undertones. So Tosin has more of a yellowish undertone. And so because she has this yellow undertone, I wanted to give her this lipstick that had a little of a yellow, almost orangey undertone, because I thought it would look great with her cheeks. So if you look at her foundation, if you look around her nose, that shade isn't too far away from her perfect nude lip color. And then if we want to turn that up, we're also going to add a little gloss.
Turn it up. Turn it up.
And I just think gloss makes it just a little bit more elevated. But like I said before, if you wanted to just leave it after the lipstick, you could do that. The cool thing about how we create and innovate products is the reality is you can wear any of these by themselves. You could take this liner and just put it on with a lip balm and it will look elevated. You could put the lipstick on by itself and it will look elevated. You can put the gloss on by itself and you will look like a shiny princess. Or you can do them all three together and give yourself your perfect nude ombre lip. What do y'all think?
Fantastic. I'm a little bit sad that we have to clean it.
I know.
We have to get on with the last bit of it. Here.
All right. So ladies, if you can do the center, and I'll go around the lines.
All right, we've got two.
So now, I'm going to show you guys Boss Lady. I gotcha. And there's a reason we're doing Boss Lady last. You know, it's like, oh, well, if this is her bestseller, why didn't she put that on? Why didn't she show us that first? Y'all are going to see really quickly what I mean by lasting and highly pigmented. if I put Boss Lady on before this, her lip would stain because this is meant to last all day. So if you're looking for a lip that you can take to dinner and then leave dinner and go to the club without applying, this is gonna be it.
Here you go.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So some of you got samples. If you're wondering why they look different, the first 50 got either a trophy wife sample or a boss lady sample. So this is what it looks like. It's a little mini, and this is what the full size looks like.
Here we go.
And then everyone has slightly different lip colors.
Yes.
So my bottom lip and my top lip are completely different colors.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, sometimes people are like, Melissa, are you wearing 2 different colors? Like, I want to know what you have on. And I'm like, girl, this is just God. God gave me 2 different colors. Like, do y'all see how pigmented this is?
Wow. But that looks so beautiful on her. It's wild.
So it goes on like a lip gloss. And every tip has like a fine point to it. So that you can get the lines right.
Nice.
And then you'll see by the time I'm finished doing Anu, this lip will dry and it is going to last all day.
Fantastic.
This one is yours. Oh, it looks so good on you.
It looks so good. Oh,
it looks so good. So this is the lip that built the lip bar into a multi-million-dollar brand. So as you're thinking about starting your business,
you need your star products.
Exactly. One of the other watch outs is don't feel like you need to have so many products. It is okay to start with one exceptional product, but it has to truly be exceptional. It has to be the product that everyone wants to talk about. It has to be the product that everyone is going to want to steal from their friends. And for us, this is it. Because what happens if you launch with too many products is that's inventory that you have to buy. And then you have to figure out how to sell inventory. You don't want inventory challenges. Not in that way. You want inventory challenges where you can't keep enough on shelf, not where you have too much and you still have to figure out how to sell it. Figure out what your star product is and be clear. Like, get really, really clear on what your sales message is.
Gorgeous.
I mean, and here is your boss lady. The last thing I'll say, oh, it looks so good on you all. The last thing I'll say about building a scalable business is be okay with having fun with it. We have a really great time and a whole lot of fun naming our products. This is called Boss Lady. Who doesn't want to be a boss lady? We have other colors called Rich Auntie or Girl Boss or Trophy Wife or Headliner, Showstopper. So the way we're naming our products has a level of empowerment to make sure that when people are applying it, not only is it making them look good, but it's also making them feel good. So
fantastic. All right, everybody, we have come to the end of this masterclass. Thank you so much, Melissa, for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Such beautiful insights. Your story is one of grit.
Thank you.
And success. And we're really glad that you came to GTCO this year.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all for the thoughtful questions. It was amazing.
And enjoy Lagos.
I will.
Enjoy Lagos.
I will.
Thank you so much, everybody. The shows are going to start in about 15 to 20 minutes, so you can go that way. Good night, everybody. My name is Makeda. It was very nice to talk to you today. Thank you so much. All right. Okay. All right.
To not only look, but to feel. To walk through moments that have shaped fashion at GTCO Fashion Weekend. To take in the details, the textures, and the iconic looks. See how far fashion has come. Imagine where to go next, and how far we can go together. GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we invite you to not only look, but to feel. To walk through moments that have shaped fashion at GTCO Fashion Weekend. To take in the details, the textures, and the iconic looks. See how far fashion has come. Imagine where to go next, and how far we can go together. GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we invite you to not only look, but to feel. To walk through moments that have shaped fashion at GTCO Fashion Weekend. To take in the details, the textures, and the iconic looks. See how far fashion has come. Imagine where to go next, and how far we can go together. GTCO Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we invite you to not only look, but to feel, to walk through moments that have shaped fashion at GTCO Fashion Weekend, to take in the details, the textures, and the iconic looks. See how far fashion has come. Imagine where to go next, and how far we can go together. GTCO Fashion Weekend, always a good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we invite you to not only look, but to feel, to walk through moments that have shaped fashion at GTCO Fashion Weekend, to take in the details, the textures, and the iconic looks. See how far fashion has come. Imagine where to go next, and how far we can go together. GTCO Fashion Weekend, always a good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we invite you to not only look, but to feel, to walk through moments that have shaped fashion at GTCO Fashion Weekend, to take in the details, the textures, and the iconic looks. See how far fashion has come. Imagine where to go next, and how far we can go together. GTCO Fashion Weekend, always a good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world, celebrating our indigenous designers alongside international icons. This year, we invite you to not only look, but to feel, to walk through moments that have shaped fashion at GTCO Fashion Weekend, to take in the details, the textures, and the iconic looks. See how far fashion has come. Imagine where to go next, and how far we can go together. GTCO Fashion Weekend, always a good idea. Fashion has never been just about clothes. It has always been a story, a bold and colorful blend of who we are. From the first strands of ashoke woven by hand, to the regal agbadas that graced kings and ancestors, fashion is stitched into every fold and fabric, carrying our stories across generations. Fashion moves us, reminding us of where we come from and inspires where we're going. Each year, through the GTCO Fashion Weekend platform, we open our doors to thousands of small businesses, to artisans and creators who transform thread into identity. We bring the world to Lagos and Lagos to the world. Celebrate
flashy lights and daring seams. Fashion has danced through decades of change, from corset and couture to silhouette strange. Once, the runway spoke in hushed elite tones. Now, it sings in colors that feel the rhythm of fabric.
Across the border, I will be there still. Many go, many go come. I will be there still. I will be there still. And it is there still. I want to have it all. Still they find my result. Now God they bless me all the way. 12 years I'm still on top. And my cup runneth over. I get this ass over. Oh, ass over. I'll be on the phone, calling you tonight. I wanna make you show me. Make we know the fight. I don't want sleep alone. Wanna hold you tight. But I fool my eyes. But I'll be alright. Forever. On my laptop. On my keto. On my sheet on. Say them go feel it. Them go run it down. Them go hold it. Them go.
Wake up in the morning, it's a new day. And I got bills that I have to pay. But I don't need to worry, there's an easy way. Easy as. Now you're running late, running out of time. Feels like the world is waiting in line. All you gotta do is pick up the phone and just dial. There's so much that you can do, so much to explore. Life is waiting. Just open up the door.
So whatever you do, whoever you are, there is an easy way for everyone. The simple life is just one touch away. Experience the magic starting today.
And it all begins with
Diteliyeza lokuhlamba ndisusinkathaza womanzi inkathazo gogo nditeliyeza yeza lokugaba ndikhupha inkathazo ngoba nansi inkathazo ifike busuku yeza nasemini oh inkathazo tumlamvuma Lambuma, Lambuma, oh, yeah, Tongo Lambuma, Lambuma, Tongo Lambuma, oh, ndicelieza, yeza lokuhlamba, ndisuse inkathazo, bonansi inkathazo, gogo ndicelieza, lokugaba. Ndikhupha inkathazo ngoba nansi inkathazo yo nansi ebusuku nansi nasemini ndiziva ndiphambana inkathazo tungulamvuma 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 tungulamvuma
More Lola, bitch.
Only once the drugs are done, do I feel like dying. I feel like dying. C3, hello.
Out the window, drunk and sin canción en la radio. Tomando tequila con la Kate, dice que quiere otro bump, ok. Siguiendo cuando mi canción estoy borracha, bumping, 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 bumping. Baby, go down like that, I like it when you're looking at my heels like that. What's the deal, baby, what's the deal? You wanna lick my ass and you wanna lick my kids and heels. Baby, go down like that, I like it when you're looking at my heels like that. What's the deal, baby? My ass and you wanna lick my kids and heels.
Baby, go down like that. Love it when you're looking at my heels like that. What's the deal, baby? What's the deal? You wanna lick my ass and you wanna lick my kids and heels. Baby, go down like that. Love it when you're looking at my heels like that. What's the deal, baby? What's the deal? You wanna lick my ass and you wanna lick my kids and heels.
Yeah, and I'm hot to death. I stay fly, my rhymes are fresh. I rock Christian Dior, Prada, and the Gucci. And every industry, a routine. All around the world, from Paris to Milan. My hair treat girls from Tokyo, Japan. I'm so hot, don't need a tan. 1, 2, 3, I'll take you in. N-A-D-I-A-O. It's not your baby. 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 N-A-D-I-A-O. It's
More Lola, bitch.
You're always quick to do batty shot o'clock, bitch.
Live faster, young bad girls do it well. Live faster, young bad girls, bad girls, bad girls, bad girls, bad girls, die young bad girls, bad girls, bad girls do it well. Bad girls, bad girls, bad girls, die young bad girls, bad girls. Bad girls, bad girls, bad girls, die young. Bad girls, bad girls, bad girls, do it well. Bad girls, bad girls, bad girls, die young. Bad girls, bad girls, bad girls. Live fast, die young. Bad girls, do it well. Live fast, die young. Bad girls, do it well. Live fast, die young. Bad girls, do it well. Live fast, die young. Bad girls, do it well. Live fast, die young. Bad girls, do it well.
May you experience a love story that stands the test of time.
With the right person, love doesn't feel like a battlefield.
tribe or default. But by default, she don't think of me. I thought she was an Indian. She be slanging things like a simian. All my life I wanted me an Indian. Now she's far away, but I had to know. Listen, I know you see, girl, say real good to my soul. Everywhere this little girl goes, she pick up another obstacle. She was my heart. I don't know the tribe or default, but by default, she don't think of me. I thought she was an Indian. But she be slanging things like a simian. All my life I wanted me an Indian. Ooh, girl, let me in the street with a wedding ring, and she hit the box, city babe. Are you down to cheat? He looked in the eye, chivalry. Is he really dead? He pulled out a tip, jumping right on him. Think it was